shingle, meneno, glass, bond, wood shake, and rumen. No forget saying Dr. Agnes one man where the manufacturer Agnes one man data tooth powder. Nice to carry this open product enter market to Wakaskele Wugali as only enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at N Expressway. Or Sichema Bar for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product. I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. I want to read the stories to you now. I was mentioning the channels for your contributions. So Today FM Live you can use to stream. Today FM Live you can use to stream. And then TuneIn Radio and Radio Garden apps you can use to stream live as well. Today 95.1 FM. There you have it. So let's go through some of the stories this morning. Daily Post has the first one. Again, see why I didn't take them serious. Again, Senate orders arrest of ex-NNPCL GCO Mele Kyari over alleged 210 trillion naira fraud. The same issue. So the previous warrant of arrest that you issued, what happened to it? You have issued fresh one. So I've rolled that story over to the next one. Nigerian government yet to pay 3.3 trillion naira power sector debt approved by Tinubu. The power generation companies Gencos have raised an alarm that the Nigerian government is yet to pay the 3.3 trillion naira approved for the power sector by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The chief executive officer of the Association of Power Generation Companies, Dr. Joy Ogaji, disclosed this in a recent webinar. Daily Post reports that in April 2026, presidential spokesperson Bayo Nanuga had announced that President Tinubu had approved the 3.3 trillion naira power sector debt settlement. According to him, or according to Ogaji, the government's debt figures remain a moving target. She insisted that while the Nigerian government approved 3.3 trillion power sector debt accumulated between February 2015 to March 2025, Gencos believed that the figure stood at 7 trillion naira. That's double what Tinubu approved. Ogaji explained that the separate 501 billion naira bond raised between December and January to settle a negotiated 827.16 billion naira chunk of current debt remain unsettled. According to her, only 5 Gencos operating 14 plants, Geregu, Ibon Power, and others, signed into it because it required others to take a massive 50% cut. The last one was 3.3 trillion naira before they appointed a new special advisor on power. Now, let me let you know that from the 3.3 trillion or 2.8 trillion naira till date, we have not received a dime. Nothing has been received by the Gencos. Oh, wow. No crisis in NDC. Dixon, we listen to him, Senator Serake Dixon, the national leader of the Nigeria Democratic Congress. We'll listen to him speak on this issue. So we'll roll that story over to the Vanguard newspaper. I've been vindicated. Reps Agbese says after barring of first-timers from principal offices. Apparently he has won. Oh. Apparently he has won. But were they really going to allow Ikenga Ogochinyere become the minority leader of the House of Representatives? Were they really going to allow it? That's when you pay attention to his style of politics, some of his engagements in the House. I'm not saying he's a bad person, but when you look at the way they do politics in Nigeria, that kind of opposition leader will be too hot for the leadership. So Moku just find way, excuse him, give someone else. The person will be shouting, But we can always invite that person to a meeting and the person will come down. At least I think so. Deputy spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Honorable Philip Agbese, has expressed satisfaction over the resolution of the House of Representatives barring Honorable Ikenga Ugochinyere and other first-timers from principal offices in the Parliament. The House on Wednesday, while adopting a motion brought before it by a member representing Ikorodu Federal Constituency of Lagos State, Honorable Babajimi Benson, barred first-time members from holding principal offices, including the minority leadership in the House. The motion titled Need for a Precise Definition of Order 7 Rule 15 of the House of Representatives was unanimously passed without debate. The House notes that the Order 7 Rule 15 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives states that only members with cognate legislative experience as members of the House of Representatives shall be eligible for appointment as principal officers of the House. Aware that global parliamentary best practices rule out first-term parliamentarians from holding principal offices and reserve principal offices for experienced legislators to promote institutional memory, deepen understanding of legislative processes, and enhance competence in constitutional interpretation and intergovernmental relations. Also aware that the 10th Senate has recently specifically defined cognate legislative experience to mean senators who have completed at least one full 4-year term, adding that those with multiple previous terms must have served in the immediate past assembly. The House also took cognizance of the need to prioritize institutional memory, deepen parliamentary stability and continuity, legislative experience, minimize avoidable turbulence, and promote mature representation in the Committee of International Parliamentary Associations. The House, therefore, defined cognate legislative experience as contained in Order 7 Rule 15 of the Standing Orders of the House to mean members who have completed at least one full 4-year term. It also stated unequivocally that there is no other definition to the term cognate legislative experience other than as stated above. Well, in his reaction, Honorable Agbese says, no one goes to heaven through the back doors. The only acceptable and laid down route to see God is through his son, Jesus. The Bible is clear on that. Order 7 Rule 15 is also clear on how to become a principal officer in the House of Representatives. You must be a ranking member. You must have cognate experience. You cannot be a greenhorn and expect to lead the minority caucus. It's in the rules of the House. You cannot smuggle yourself into an office you are not qualified for. Joy. Today's resolution has vindicated me. It's purely an act of God. This is good for the institutional memory of our dear Parliament. Agbese. Well, there you have it. Let's move on. You're looking for campaign funds. Okonkwo reacts to Obi's 5 billion naira defamation suit. So I'm not going to go through this story. The reason is we talked about this yesterday. This was part of the conversation yesterday that angered some people. Not a lot of people, angered some people. At least some people that had issues to grind here. So we talked about it. I'm not going over it again. But this is our conversation for opinion poll. So it's something I could not get off my chest yesterday. Opposition fights opposition. Is that not to the credit of the ruling party? For opinion poll, you're looking for campaign funds. Okonkwo reacts to Obi's 5 billion naira defamation suit. And I ask the question, opposition fights opposition. Is that not to the credit of the ruling party? That's for opinion poll. So that's the reason why this story is here. Some of you that follow us will know that when, even though it didn't make the stories for the previous day, I catch it while we're having a conversation. We talk about it. The next day, I don't include it in the stories for review, okay? Unless there is a development attached to that story. So that's why the story is there. So I'm concerned about that. Because so far, it's Babachi Lawal against Atiku. And then it is Obi always tackling, not Obi, I beg your pardon. Kenneth Okonkwo always tackling Obi, right? So it's opposition, they're fighting themselves. Is that not good for the Tinubu presidential race? Just think about it. And then Premium Times, Edo shuts down schools as leaked SSS memo warns of planned abduction of school children. A leaked State Security Service SSS intelligence report has warned of a planned mass abduction of school children in parts of Edo State, raising fresh concerns about security in the state already grappling with a wave of kidnappings. Following the report, Edo State government ordered the immediate closure of 3 secondary schools in Akoko Edo local government area. The directive was contained in a circular dated June 9 and cited by the The confidential SSS memo dated June 5 and addressed to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) in Edo State warns that suspected bandits were plotting to target schools, particularly in Edo North Senatorial District. Premium Times obtained a copy of the memo, which was marked secret and referenced with --. According to the document, intelligence intercepts revealed discussions between 2 suspected bandits identified as Bawa and Nuhu over plans to abduct school children after previous attempts to kidnap wealthy individuals allegedly failed to generate the desired financial returns. The memo went on to state that the suspect believed targeting school children would attract greater government attention and increase the likelihood of substantial ransom payments. During the conversation, the duo disclosed their plans to kidnap school children in Edo North Senatorial District, as previous attempts to kidnap wealthy individuals was yet to yield the expected financial result or gains. To this end, they concluded that abducting school children would attract greater government attention and potentially increase the likelihood of huge ransom payments and concessions. The report further disclosed that a 25-year-old man identified as Emmanuel was apprehended on June 4 while allegedly conducting surveillance around the Makeke Secondary School in Makeke Community, Akoko Edo local government area. The SSS advised security agencies to immediately strengthen security around schools and educational institutions, especially in Edo North. It recommended deploying personnel to vulnerable schools and communities in collaboration with Edo State Security Corps, local vigilantes and hunters, as well as intensify patrols to improve surveillance and deter attacks. When contacted by Premium Times, senior SSS officials confirmed the document's authenticity but expressed concern over its public circulation. One official said, "Intelligence alerts of this nature are routinely shared among security agencies to prevent attacks and are not intended for public dissemination." The official faulted the apparent leak of the communication, stressing that the focus should be on acting on the intelligence rather than exposing confidential security correspondence. Sister agencies from other states facing insurgency have been receiving such communications. It does not come out public. The NSCDC should learn how to handle confidential communication while acting. The NSCDC is yet to issue an official statement on the leaked memo at the time of the filing of this report. So those are the stories for us today for review. I think we've gone through all of them. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melody. Here.
African style. African style. African style. African style. It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
To grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
If you never hear say e get program wey we dey call Wetin Dey Happen.
My brother, my sister, you are sitting on a long thing. Yes, because Wetin Dey Happen na that ogbonge program wey dey come up for this ogbonge station wey they call Today 95.1 FM.
So na peace dey fine, but that negotiating with bandits, why go dey negotiate with people wey dem tag criminals,
terrorists.
Tune in every weekday from Monday to Fridays, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Full stop.
Make you hear all the ogbonge things wey don happen for we Rivers State, we Nigeria, and we Obodo Yibo. We go mix all together, come serve you jollof rice as e dey hot.
The voices where you go to hear on top waiting they happen now MC Kuro and Mary Queen.
I want to hook person husband. I want to hook person husband. I need to hook single guys so that you people don't go check another person. On top waiting they happen. We dey discuss serious matters on seriously.
Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Nothing like the good old classic music and reminding the new school of where it all started from. Get the best of classic old school music back to back.
Nostalgia Drive
from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
every Saturday
on Today 95.1 FM.
Hear the bomb. 95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Thank you all for staying with us. Let's get our conversation started this morning. It's 8:22 a.m. Joined this morning by our in-house analyst, Mr. Emmanuel Njukwe. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
All right. Let's begin with what seemed like a movie yesterday. A private jet touched down on a road. It's a viral clip now. I heard that the NCAA, they've now... So, I'm still wondering how... They said the private jet missed his way. I'm still wondering how that could happen in this modern day aviation, that a jet would miss an airport and go and land on a road. One of those, there are adjoining roads to the Second Niger Bridge.
Yeah.
And some of those roads have not been complete yet. So it's one of those roads that the jet actually touched down. It touched down, taxied to the end of that road, and then stopped. So I don't know what they did, but I think maybe aviation officials from Delta State quickly mobilized to the scene. It was a real life movie. People brought out camera to see the jet steam, big speed, and took off again. No accident. I don't know, maybe it had a fault, maybe it had an aviation or navigation issue. I wish I knew, but how a private jet with this modern day aviation technology would miss an airport runway for a road in Delta State. Still today, till this time, I'm still thinking about it. How possible? Did you see that story?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
You know where I won't see it, and I told you.
But this is trending gist online. People were really excited to see the jet close range, and I think it had some foreign nationals on board because they actually came out of the plane, were looking around. There was no scratch, nothing. The plane turned, and flew off again. I hear it's been grounded now. I heard that it's been grounded by the authorities, the aviation authorities. That has happened. That's what I hear so far. But what do you think could have happened?
Well, something went wrong. I think there's weather, navigational, or aviation problems. I certainly must think that way because I don't know much about anything along that line. But for him to have missed maybe airport control tower and all the rest of them, that shows that there was some maybe disconnection from that plane, that the private jet with
the tower.
Yes. So something went wrong. And there's no other explanation one could give to such. And but the aviation personnel that went there should have been able to brief us, to tell us exactly what was wrong with it for it to happen. And if they didn't see anything, it means there's still something that is still hidden. Because, Kelly, I think all these things are not that a man is so powerful or so weak. It's just a matter of there's connection. There are some facilities in the airplane that will connect it to the airport towers and all that. And once that thing is maybe losing, is no longer there, then you will have that kind of problem. It won't track its way the way it should be. That's just what I think.
It's not the kind of thing that you see every day. It was really strange to see the private. I thought it was one of those, online things, maybe a skit or something. But when I watched the video, I'm like, this is real. The jet actually touched down on that road, that uncompleted road, but the concrete pavement, it touched down there. It's like he waited to get instruction. It turned, and then he flew off. I'm like, eh?
Well, the important thing, thank God, is that no life was lost.
Yeah.
Nothing of such. So,
yeah.
Thank God.
That effect is that the private jet has now been grounded. Investigations are on
to ascertain. It needs to be left there for a long time
to ascertain what exactly happened. Some people are calling at this time. I'm wondering, do you have information that we don't have about the aircraft? You can send the texts. I'm tempted to say, okay, why are you calling? Because the phone line is not open yet. But if you have information about the aircraft that you want to share, you can just send the text. We'll read it. We'll read it. We don't claim to know all. Okay? Wadi Chimenem Esquire, legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage, South Zone, a temple chief and a voice for Para people. Morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Rivers people. Good morning, Rivers people.
Did you see the private jet we're talking about?
My brother, it's not new now. We have, in fact, this is something that goes on. Kelly, sometime last year, I joined the private jet. We were about taking off. And what we heard was the number of feet that we wear and that we tighten up the belt. We were about actually landing. When we were taking off, the plane was doing as if something wants to happen. And that's why these days I prefer going by road, if not for the incessant kidnapping, that sometimes being orchestrated by opposition and all the rest. But so, upon getting to Lagos, they say we're about landing. You know what the air people would do, the air hostess. So I began to look at their character. The plane wasn't landing at all. I don't know if they said we should turn back. Communication gap. Kelly, I almost gave up. The reason what came to my heart was, the phone, you can't make call, everything will be off. So I did a test to my mother and that I love her. And of course, at that point, you have to repent and start giving your life to whoever you believe. So at that point, a baby was, the babies there were free. The life of a kid, they don't care. And I was just looking at them. They are not afraid. They don't know what is going on. So, but Kelly, there was a communication gap between the tower people that ought to communicate. Yeah. That plane, whenever it takes off, there's always this focal point, people that talks to them, direction and all the rest. It's not just the pilot that does everything. Yeah. But I think there are a lot of things in geography that has to do from taking off and landing. You can't do without the people in the tower. So there was a communication gap. In fact, it was breach. I said, if I had this crash with a motor or a vehicle, that would have been better than plane. Nobody will see my carcass. So, but while about turning back, they say everybody tighten up. How many feet above the sea level? I say, God, why would I just go like that? Even with that, if I had gone to Sapisa Forest to fight, at least my name would be heard. Why would I just disappear like this? But then, the Lord was with us. And we came back, we landed, but we didn't land at that point. We had to go back. So Kelly, this thing I think it's an engineering fault, even though we are not told. But then it's a breach on the part of engineers, continuous. In fact, what I read over the past years that most of the engines that are used were bought from Belgium and everywhere, and that some of them are still unserviced. Some of them are over the years, nothing has happened, nobody cares. So for me, I think it has to the aviation, the Minister of Aviation will have to rise to its occasion and see constantly. I know it happens in Sinacline where people will die. But then it's been a long time we had this kind of carelessness, negligence on the part of those experts who should ensure that there is proper, continuous check and balances. Because most times these airplanes are being parked for years, nobody cares, and months. So they only collect demurrage, nobody cares for any other thing again. So for me, I almost lost hope. And that was the first time I knew that there was death and life. While you're living, celebrate yourself every day. So I think it's not a good one on the part of the aviation sector. It means we have to do urgently, we have some work to do. And most of these agencies that are, sometimes touting that they have a better engine, they have a better plane. I don't want to call them, but most times if you see the way they treat their passengers, apart from taking off and all the rest.
But that's a different issue. We'll wait for the outcome of the investigation.
Outcome of this, yes. For this one, I've not heard much. The only thing is just the same pictorial things you saw. I say, God, can this thing happen? So I think...
somebody in the clip said, boy, see plane. Like, wow.
Kelly,
was it chilling?
Kelly, if you were inside the plane, what would you have done?
Really chilling video to watch. I'm like, whoa, actually touched down on that road. I thought there are times when, I've heard the case of helicopter that actually touched down in between traffic in Nigeria.
Yeah. Nigeria here.
Heavy traffic, yes, the helicopter touched down.
No injury.
Pick somebody and they called the helicopter.
There won't be any.
The helicopter came, touched down. Somebody left the vehicle, joined the helicopter, and it took off. That one happens. That one has happened. Yeah, that one I'm very much aware. But a private jet on a road, it's just that it's not a road in use. Yeah. It's a road still in construction. Maybe that's why the pilot thought that
that's a better place to.
No, maybe that's why I thought that it was the airport, but it really doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's move on from there. So this call again from our senators that Mele Kyari should be arrested. Shumole said, dead or alive, he should be brought to come and answer. They said it before, they said it again. What will come out of this? Mr. Ndukwe, do you see anything coming out of it?
Well, what is coming out will only be the usual thing we expect. Because I have said it that the National Assembly is like do this and that. Their power does not have force. They have mouth, maybe with rubber teeth. Even if it were rubber teeth, it could still bite. And then you have that pain. But just as they sound it remains that way. They gave it the first time and it didn't show up.
They even said Ojulari should show up. Ojulari has not even showed up.
Mm-hmm. So maybe as they've said it, like Oshimole, I think this is a new angle to it, dead or alive. If they bring a corpse, and let me see how he'll interview the corpse and then get the effective result from that corpse. The issue is that they know if government of Nigeria wants Mele Kyari, they can get him. Not from senators. Senators could wave the information they've got about him to the relevant authorities. And they could pick him if they want, because wherever he is, he's not in heaven, where man cannot easily go. So if he's on this earth, he will be. It will be known. It will be known. So I don't know. Kelly, you see, sometimes when senators give these kind of orders, I will say, all right. And especially, I have told you, in this country, we have two sets of laws. One for the big shots and one for the average Nigerians. Mele Kyari could also even put a call to where he should, and the whole thing will be dropped. I beg, Lizzie, Kelly, leave that thing in this country.
Well, you're not taking our senator serious.
It's not. I'm not. I didn't make them that way. They make themselves. Because see,
so you mean these are arrest warrants? Nothing will come out.
That's Kelly. They've been giving that kind of warrant to others now.
No, maybe down. Those ones were not serious. This time they're serious.
Oh, they are serious.
Very, very serious.
Oh, the first one they were not serious.
Maybe they were still thinking about it.
Okay, let's see how this second one will be.
No, they do sound serious now. Now that they've said
let us see what will come out from this seeming serious one. Dead or alive?
Yes, dead or alive. Bring him. And Oshomole was there.
It's all right.
Kelly, well, you can't take away the fact that there are people with I just feel Menekare has paid his dues. What you need to do in the assembly, once they assemble those committees that are saddled the responsibility of, checking SSCs like this, we know that. Remember, I think there was a time one of the assembly members who is still in Farouk, who is still in the custody now. I think whether is it Farouk, one of them, who had a problem with the owner of Glow in those days when we heard there was a compromise where he collected bribe like this. One of the committee members. That was some years back. Otedola.
Are you sure it's Glow?
Otedola.
Then that's Farouk.
Yeah, Farouk. Farouk. Yes. So,
but Farouk has been pardoned.
Yes,
but we know he passed through. It wasn't easy. He was named and shamed.
Yes.
So I think we shouldn't take away the powers of the.
Naming and shaming can be done.
But it remains. It's a stigma. It's a name. It's like when you call Farouk, people will say, that man. So I think we shouldn't take away the powers that is saddled with the assembly. The reason is that over the years, we have heard about rubber stamp. If you look at the assembly from the beginning, from the inception down to this time, we have always had that the 10th, 7th, 8th assembly, that they have been rubber stamped. But I can stand tall to say that there are those within that assembly who cannot compromise, who are ready to, ensure that the Judas Iscariot is brought to the fore. So for me, I think the issue of Menekare has long overdue. And remember, mind you, this is the issue that has to do with the sensitive part, where monies have been moved. So you can't take away the fact that there are no Judas Iscariots. How do we fish them out? Those assembly members blood flows in their vein. So you can't take away the fact that they won't collect bribe. They will. But there are those in that same committee who will insist that the right thing should be done. So it's like what is going on in every organization. Institutions are weak. The reason is because there are those that are ready to ensure that those institutions are made weak. But for me, I think you can't take away the powers and mandate of the assembly to punish and to do what is necessary. Let's just check. Time may have far spent, but I think the days of Farouk soon will be numbered. But if he has his way, like I said, Menekare, if he has his way, because that man is very smart, linguistically he knows what to say at every time, every point in time. So the reason we should be asking, who are the people in the committee? Look at the committee headed by Ojus Okalo and how he was able to expose and ensure that he was on top of the situation. But what these people are doing is that even the committee members are shouting on top of their voices, indicating the fact that something is going on. And of course, the platform where we are coming from, you can't take away the brand envelope, which is just the author and finisher of the day. Some of them are ready to compromise. So I pray they shouldn't compromise, because this is the issue that has to do with the life fire of the nation, where monies, billions of trillions of naira has been sunk. So for me, they should be able to find out the facts behind this whole thing. Menekare is not bigger than this nation. But let's believe and give the benefit of the doubt that something will come out of it. I don't want to believe that nothing will come out. Hence, there is a mandate to investigate Menekare. If it is free, well, he can go scot-free. But let us believe that something will be gotten out of it. And at the end of the day, the law will take its course.
All right, let's believe, according to Chimenem, we heard that the EFCC, they are also investigating some of those senior officials of the NNPCL. We'll wait and see what would happen. Mr. Andiko, do you watch football?
No.
You don't watch football?
I don't. In fact, I'm not interested.
I think the World Cup starts today.
That's what I heard.
Oh.
I won't, my ears are not blocked. So I heard people talking about it.
I think the World Cup starts today.
In fact, my child at home is worrying me that World Cup has started. I should do what I should do so that
they can watch.
Yes.
But the games are scheduled for early morning, late night. The earliest I've seen so far from the FIFA release schedule is for 8 p.m. or so. I think it's 8 p.m. There are games for 2 a.m. There are games for 3 a.m. I think 5 a.m.
Kelly, tap that boys. It's football, they will wake up.
No, but
you can see the difference.
But you'd have to go to school in the morning, isn't it?
He will go. I am telling you. You can see the difference. I'm not interested at all.
There's some controversies with the game already, with Trump in office and some of his policies. The World Cup will be hosted by 3 nations this time: Mexico, United States, and Canada. They are jointly hosting the World Cup. Iran has been allowed to enter the U.S. I think they touched down in Mexico, but they have only one condition to enter the U.S. You enter the day of your match, and you leave after your match. So they don't have the advantage of training on those pitches before they go play the game. That's for Iran. That's if they even go past the first stage. We also hear that the notable African referee has been denied visa. He touched down in U.S. for the games, and he was denied access into the country for reasons best known to the U.S. immigration, and he's been turned back. So he returned to Turkey. FIFA president Gianni Infantino was asked some of these questions about all of the controversy. Iran has also been denied their fans coming in to support them. They've denied them some of those things. I also read that Iran wanted some persons were calling for most of the Iranian games to be played in either Mexico or Canada. So they don't have to face some of all of these issues, but somehow FIFA did not respond to those demands. So when you look at all of that, football, the World Cup is supposed to be a unifier. I don't know if the report about India is really correct. India is rarely on the World Cup. If there is one team that rarely makes it to the World Cup.
Yes.
And they said there was this superstition years ago that when they played in the World Cup, players were seeing images of animal. Every time I heard this thing, I'm like, is this real? Images of animal. So when the goalkeeper is standing at the post and the opponent wants to score, the Indian post, you see a big tiger coming to pounce at you. They leave the ball and then they run. They leave the ball and they run. I'm like, is this real? Could this be real? That's the stuff I hear. So whether they place India on a ban or not, I cannot confirm. But it's just I heard growing up. I heard it's just growing up. So India is not, when it comes to football, India they're not there at all. So, but the World Cup is usually a unifier. You see nations that are at war, when they come to the World Cup, they play, their opponents, they play, and all of those things. But this World Cup, with Trump's immigration push, a lot of African countries are even denied, some of them are denied visas, some of them, their fans are denied access to the U.S. We do know that from previous reports, if 100 gets into the country, you heard that 2 disappeared.
Thank you.
5 disappeared. But at least in the spirit of the game, they used to allow people entry into these nations.
Kelly,
I kind of wonder what this World Cup would be like.
Whatever it turns out to be, let it be. I tell you, I support Trump. Kelly, you see what is happening in Iran. You tell me Iran will go there. There's no way authorities of Iran will look for a way to empower some people to do something funny. Let me put it, something funny. I don't want to say something gruesome. In America. It must happen. So if the American system decides to bar them, let them go to Mexico or Canada.
No, but FIFA didn't respond to that. So they have to, the games they have in the US.
That's the use of FIFA administration. They should have listened to them. How can somebody be bombarding you there? You have an inch to get into their space and you won't retaliate. That's what America is thinking. You said they will play their
games. They do have the game. That's when they're allowed to get in. They get in and they're done, they leave.
Simple. What kind of thing is that? What kind of treatment is that? Is that
they're not staying. They're not being accommodated in the US for any reason.
They can't train there?
Apparently.
Can you imagine? So, and I don't blame America. I don't. It's just like you say, Iran, go and play in Israel. They'll finish them there. They'll finish Israel there. So, for me, whatever any nation can do to protect itself from attack from supposed enemies, let them do. Yes.
Then the African referee, I was listening to Gianni Infantino
the referee is what I don't understand. What
Infantino says, well, we're working behind the scenes. We cannot tell everything we're doing, but not everything is at our control.
That is it.
Nations have their own systems. They have their own laws. They have immigration policies. We have to find a way to work around these things. His words, we have to find a way to work around these things. But we're doing something. We hope that what we're doing turns out positive. But the referee from, I think, Somalia, I think he's from Somalia. He's a celebrated referee. I think they say whether it's tops in Africa. As it is now, when it comes to the World Cup, you won't be officiating. If we're to take the words of Gianni Infantino and anything as serious, that something is being done, but that thing doesn't succeed in giving him a pass.
He stays wherever he is, away from America.
So that then paints this World Cup may just be one of those games with a lot of controversies, politics. There's inflation, there's a high cost of tickets because of the inflation in America, and you just have a lot of things, a lot of people talking about the World Cup. The excitement is there, but in the same breath, people are really concerned that, well, the geopolitics may just overshadow the beautiful game of football in US.
Well, whether it overshadows it or not, it remains a World Cup. I tell you, it might go inside the, what do they call it, whatever, like record of it, and then has the lowest excitement. But like I said, it remains a World Cup. 2026 edition.
Okay. Chiman, are you ready for the World Cup? You watch football?
I'm a sports person. I'm a sports loving person. You can see I'm not fat. I'm not fat. I do my training. My physique is fit and proper. I can punch. I can do snooker. I don't like it. You know?
So what do you think the World Cup in US, I think it starts today.
Yeah, it starts today.
US, Mexico, and Canada. What do you think it will bring?
Well, first of all, to their own soil, because whenever you're hosting, there are a lot of benefits. The businesses will boom, and there will be buying and selling. You know, US has been lively, so it will be more lively. The economy, they know how to make use of, make use of advantage. They've been doing this right from time. I think football started in the 30s, before 30s. The essence was from 40s. The essence was to reconcile the world. So I think they've been doing it. They know how to do it best. My only anger is that there is some level of racism going on, like Somalians and some countries were, giving an embargo not to US, asked them not to come in. I saw some Somalian players, protesting that Americans refused them from entry. I think they have the intelligence. Remember before this time, during the Afghan war, takeover of government, you saw what happened. The last takeover where Americans went for the rescue mission. Most countries that, allowed most of these Afghans are suffering today. There are a lot of terrorist attacks. So in the wisdom of Americans, they may have thought it wise to say, look, in all of these things, what is going on in Somalia, Sudan, and all the rest. Some countries were mentioned. In fact, at a point...
Forgive me, we have to go for a break.
So I think they have their reasons.
When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us. Let me introduce Maureen. She's from Non's Luxury Homes, joining us at this time. You prefer that your seat, yeah?
This one is the
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
All right, I mentioned her name earlier, Maureen from Non's Luxury Homes. Join us at this time. Good morning, Maureen. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
All right, kindly tell us what you do at Non's Luxury Homes.
Yes, so my country people, una good morning for inside this morning. My name na Maureen from Non's Luxury Home Limited. Yes, so we dey introduce Non's Garden Estate. Non's Garden Estate when they 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout to Omagwa by AP Junction, Agwawure community. Or if you dey come from University of Port Harcourt, it just me 3 minutes drive from that place to Alo. This land na buy and build and na good road network, street light don dey there, na wide design layout. Non's Garden Estate na promo price of 1.8 million naira. Yes, so na 1.8 million naira. If you dey hear the 1.8, be like say the money too big, but e no big compared to where the land dey. This land na complete dry land. People went down around there, they said 2.5, 3 million, but we see make everybody be landlord and landlady for the area. Now it make us the sell and this 1.8 million naira. So make I call our number. And this land na pure dry land, na 50 by 100 feet. So call us on this our number. Come, may we carry go show you where this our fantastic land dey. Our phone number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Yes, so my country people, we still get another brand new estate again when be Non's Blossom Estate. This one there for Agwawure Omagwa. As you dey hear the name now, Blossom na be the name of the estate, and a complete dry land na 50 by 100 feet with this fantastic promo of 1.5 million naira. Non-Blossom Estate, as they hot like this, now 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout, and it get better good road network and good design layout. Now 1.5 million naira. So call us on our phone before you go here say they don't sell and finish. Our number now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line now 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our site inspection na every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As you dey come, we dey carry go show you where this land dey. Non's Blossom Estate na outright payment of 1.5 million naira, while instrumental payment na 1.8 million naira. No bush entry, no community wahala, no drinking money, no matching grant. Now just come with this your money, we go give you the land straight. And remember, say as you dey buy, we dey allocate you immediately. We know they give you story, we know they tell you say may you go come. Now just buy, you go start to dey build immediately. Yes, so my countryman and woman, no they make landlord they take advantage of you. When you be say you go they pay rent every year, they go even they increase your rent. Why not use this opportunity when be say even that 1-bedroom flat when you dey pay for 1.5 million naira, you fit still use am buy land of 1.5 million naira, build am. Anyhow when you do am na your own, you go dey inside sef still dey arrange am for there. Na your land na e be, nobody go drag am for you. And remember say land wey you buy today, within 1 month e don increase, e don add value. Why not use this opportunity come buy this land? Or if na the one wey dey for Non's Garden Estate, Agwawure community, when they sell for 1.8 million naira outright payment, why not use this opportunity come buy am? Or if na instrumental payment now you want to, that one na 2 million naira now you go pay because na instrumental payment. And as I dey talk to you sef, the street light dey for the place, electricity don enter there, na buy and build. Call us on this our number, come make we carry go show you where this fantastic land dey. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And we dey provide free deed of conveyance, instant allocation with 50 block when be say you go start your building immediately, and in 3 days your documents don come out. We no dey waste your time, we no dey tell you make you go come, and we no dey even dey tell you say next day you go allocate it as you dey pay. Once you don see that money gree for inside our account, we don allocate you, we don share your portion of land give you, then we go give you 50 block make you take do anything when you wan do for there. Remember say assurance cover you because we be family real estate, we take you like ourselves, so we no go allow land when you buy for our hand enter water, because we sure for you well and we value you. So may you use this opportunity, call us before you go here say the land already dey sold out, and we get limited plots, na just chekele plots na remain for that place for Non's Garden Estate. So call us on this our number, may we carry go show you where this land dey. Our phone number again na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724.
Those paying installments, how long do they have to complete their payment?
Yes, so like as I dey talk and say, all fingers are not equal. Like you will say, you know, say yes, what you get for that your account no plenty. If you just pull out like 1 million naira, we go help you spread and for like 3 months. That one na 3 months now go help you spread and reach. What you go pay if na Non's Garden Estate, na 2 million you go pay. If na Non's Blossom Estate, what you go pay na 1.8 million naira because na instrumental payments now you do.
Okay, documents that you issue?
Yes, so we dey give free deed of conveyance. That one a document let me say it shows say yes you buy land for our hand, you go sign, we sef go still sign, our lawyer sef go still sign for inside, because you go know say we sure for you, and we go give you 50 block make you take start anything when you want to. You know say now cement dey cost, but still we still sure for you, still dey give you that block make you take know say we value you well.
When are inspection dates?
Yes, so our inspection days na every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As you dey come, we dey carry go show you where the land dey, and you know they pay shishi for the inspection. Now we dey use our money, they take care of everything when you want do for that day.
Okay, again, your phone number's physical address.
Yes, so our phone number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali.
Thank you so much, Maureen from Non's Luxury Homes, for making the time to be here.
Thank you, sir.
The news update next. Please stay with us.
the court. Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemmenjima. The Auditor General of the Federation, Shaka Shira, has raised concerns over persistent weaknesses in accountability and financial management across government institutions. Shira cited weak internal controls, capacity gaps, and delays in responding to audit observations by some ministries, departments, and agencies. Shira disclosed in an interview with Newsmen where he outlined the challenges facing public sector auditing and efforts by his office to strengthen transparency and accountability in the management of public resources. According to him, weak accountability structures remain one of the biggest obstacles to ensuring compliance with financial regulations across government institutions. The Auditor General noted that the vast scale of government operations compared to available oversight resources had further complicated efforts to enforce accountability and compliance across MDAs. Shira said his office had intensified efforts to strengthen public financial management through capacity building, adoption of international standards, and enhanced collaboration with key stakeholders. He explained that since assuming office, the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation had accused or focused on strengthening its institutional capacity to effectively carry out its constitutional mandate. In the meantime, the Senate has passed the Factoring, Assignments and Receivables Financing Bill 2026, which they described as a landmark legislation designed to improve access to finance for businesses, enhance liquidity, and promote domestic and international trade. The bill, which scaled third reading during plenary, seeks to establish a comprehensive legal framework for receivables financing, a system that allows businesses to convert unpaid invoices into immediate cash by selling them to financiers at a discount. Lawmakers considered and adopted the bill in the Committee of the Whole before its final passage. Following a voice vote, President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, announced the passage of the bill. Speaking after its passage, Akpabio commended both chambers of the National Assembly for advancing the legislation, expressing confidence that it would stimulate trade and support economic growth. Factoring is widely regarded as an alternative financing mechanism that enables businesses, particularly micro, small, and medium enterprises, to unlock working capital tied up in unpaid invoices rather than relying solely on conventional bank loans. Two students of Odoha Community Secondary School in the Emoha local government area of Rivers State and two motorcycle riders, popularly called Okada, have lost their lives in the hands of a petrol tanker driver on the Choba Bridge along East-West Road. The two school children, who were candidates of the West African Examination Council WAS exams, were reported to have finished their examination for the day and boarded the Okada before they were crushed on their way returning from the examination alongside their riders. According to eyewitness accounts, the drivers could not control his speed following the evening rain leading to the accident. Passers-by and men of the Nigeria police gathered in the area as they monitored the tanker drivers assemble the remains of the victims. On the foreign scene, the International Monetary Fund says it approved a new $250 million extended credit facility for Rwanda. The 38-month program is aimed at helping the country sustain growth and protect social and development spending as it faces tougher economic conditions. Rwanda's economy remains resilient, the IMF said, but warns risk from the war in the Middle East could weigh on growth, inflation, external balance, and debt. The country's economy grew by 9.4% in 2025, much higher than expected, but high international oil and fertilizer prices are fueling inflation and fiscal pressures, cutting growth to below 6.8% for 2026. The fund urged Kigali to focus on increasing revenue sources, improve public investment management, and enhance monitoring of capital spending. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers:
0912 994 7115, 0912 994 7115, or 0813 572 3222, 0813 572 3222.
There comes a moment when God breathes fresh strength into his people, a moment when faith rises, purpose is renewed, and lives are transformed. That moment is here. Join us for Refuel Conference 2026 at the King's Assembly as we gather under the theme Unstoppable. Experience 5 powerful days of worship, revelation, impartation, and life-changing encounters with God. Ministering are Pastor Chris Ugo, Pastor Yemis Ugo, Dr. Sam Adeyemi, Bishop David Abioye, Pastor Tola Uduchola, Reverend George Izuma, and music by New Song and Minister Moses Bliss. Date, June 17th to 21st, 2026. Venue, The King's Assembly, 58 Tombia Road, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt. It's more than a conference, it's a divine appointment, a time to be refreshed, a time to be empowered, a time to become unstoppable. Refuel Conference 2026. For more information, visit thekingsassembly.org/refuel. See you there.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation this morning. I want to read some messages that have come in so far. Let's read some of those contributions already, and then we continue when panelists make their way back to the studio. All right, so let's see. All right, Friday Olu from Uniport. Kerry and its trillions missing in action. Why should the Senate committee be the ones hammering on this? Where is the SSS, EFCC, ICPC, and all the hound dogs of President Tinubu? Mr. President is indeed a benevolent one by keeping mute on this head spooning financial malfeasance. By the way, the entire parliament perfectly plays the role of secretariatship to Mr. President. All right, Friday, thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you. Okay. It was said Trump should bomb the hell out of Iran. Everything is bomb everything. Baking from Port Harcourt. I think that's a summary of what you sent. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly. I would like to know what Peter Obi did to Kenneth Okonkwo. This incessant attacks from his fellow kinsman is becoming unbecoming of this Nollywood actor. Is this how the Igbos want to get to the presidency in 2027? Rashid Lawal from NTA Road in Gboba. That is your contribution. Let me just check that I haven't left out anybody's message. Okay. All right. A very good morning, Kelly, and my respected guests. My prayers will always be centered that 2027 election, please come and go. So these killings and kidnappings can be reduced, because I know very well that all of these killings and kidnappings are also part of their means of campaigning. Austin George from Rumomoy. I'll be rather unfortunate, but that's how you feel. Thank you. let me go to WhatsApp and read some more contributions that have come in so far. This one. May the Almighty God bless the lawmaker representing Anambra State for having spoken well. Yeah, of such is the desires of the people. Thank you, sir. Engineer Madi Soki from Rumo Parali Akbo community. That is your contribution. Thank you, sir. The next one. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. The way Rep Agbese is celebrating, I hope if the table turns against him tomorrow, he will come out and cry blue murder. In Nigerian politics, what goes around always comes back. Wujuchi Debere from Oyibo. That's your contribution. Thank you. Louis from Rukwoku. Senate orders arrest of Mele Kyari. I hope he will be thoroughly prosecuted and jailed, because if he used the same money to empower 210 million Nigerians, each will get 1 million naira. And that's what is said to be missing under this man. Okay. Let me leave to that part. Nigerian senators are toothless bulldogs. Perhaps they have not received brown envelopes. AP Harry, Esquire. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your contribution. This one says the referee that was not allowed to enter the U.S. is because of the comments he made 10 years ago about terrorists, and he even took pictures with one of them. The U.S. is doing the right thing. Don't give your enemies a chance because they'll finish you. Fred from Elumbu, your contribution. Another one says Somalia is one of the countries that was banned by America. That is the reason why the referee was refused entry. Trump is a leader that loves his people. Okay. Eto. Texting from Ruma Logo. That's your contribution. It's not, Nigeria is also on that ban now. Nigeria is also on the list of countries that have access to the U.S. blocked. We're also there now. So that Burna Boy is already in U.S. He'll be performing alongside Shakira. Rema is also performing along. He has his own time on stage in the opening ceremony today. So I don't know why, but these are some of the developments. Would these developments affect the tempo, the spirit of the game? That's what we're talking about. Let me see if he listens, if he watches football. Mark Itanen Adu Babari Esquire is a solicitor, advocate, as well as notary public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, social political analyst, mentorship coach. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Morning. Thank you. Thank you so very kindly.
You watch football?
Presently, I am neither a footballer nor a fan. But
Okay.
sometimes I dive into the valley of mentorship by watching people like JJ Okocha, that dazzling fellow. Because one time Nigeria suffered a defeat that sent me mentally packing, and the BBC correspondent that covered that man said what happened that day was like a bicycle for taking a Mercedes Benz. And I asked myself, is Nigeria worth dying for? As far back as then, I came to a conclusion that Nigeria is not worth dying for. So I just shot myself internally. So even if they are playing World Cup in the next room, it doesn't move me. So that's where I am. And I think it's safer for me. But when I saw those who are captured in the fury, a husband and wife who are on the opposite side, you can understand the implications. Or family that are divided on who to support.
Okay, so I rather not even ask you this question. Let's just leave it. Since you don't watch football, let's just leave it. But for the football fans looking forward to the World Cup starting, the games and all of the many other things, let's wait and see. Let's come back to politics. Okay? Chimenem is not here, so I have to move on. Let's return to politics. Ugo Chinyere may have lost his bid to become the minority leader of the House of Representatives. Last week, we had a drama of Agbese. You signed, you did not sign. Agbese said, how can a first-time lawmaker want to become a principal officer of the House? We heard that some resolutions were reinforced, and now it may have been lost. Was it going to be possible for him to emerge as a minority leader of the House of Representatives? Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, you saw what happened, that they had, according to them, they had signatures and all that, those who were rooting for him, to the point that Agbese said it was he didn't, in fact, sign for him and all that. But they went as far as, according to him, still, that Ugochinyere showed whether a video where Agbese signed. You see, Kelly, this kind of things, kind of confusion, because I'm not a man of confusion. I expect that there's a law and rules in that house. And if that law says that, let's say, if you like, greenhorns should not take position, why would Ugochinyere, if truly that he is a newcomer, take such position? You understand what I'm asking? So, but gradually, it nearly took root at that time. But whatever happened, that they came back to their senses of maintaining their law or rule, whatever it might be, it is good for them. Because I know that even though man's law is always not perfect, but where some good heads have sat down, drew up a laws, and then go through them, there are no infractions within the laws, why wouldn't such laws be kept? So now that they have done the right thing, like Agbese is telling us, that truly that the whole thing has come back and it's only those who are qualified that should man such positions, that means they have followed the right path. At least that those laws were not brought up by Emmanuel Ndukwe.
Mr. Adibabari, yes, are you surprised about what has just happened to Ikenga Ugochinyere in the House of Reps?
And somebody said that if somebody explained to you about the realities on the ground in Nigeria and you understand it, then you know that something is wrong somewhere. As Nigeria has presently constituted, to me, we're in a state of state capture. As far as I'm concerned, issues like this is just like talking about a house that has leprosy and you're discussing the issue of rainwater. They should continue. I have this audacious belief that the speed train will continue to move. It has a bus stop, right? When it's in on maximum capacity moving, we saw that all over. We saw people being prepared, people without experience. In fact, Kelly, let's just watch the drama unfold. Okay. We are watching it. But I know that I want to believe that this thing will touch everybody to a point that Nigerians will rise up and say, no, we can't continue this tragedy.
Chimene. Philip Agbese is celebrating the House of Reps resolution that declares that first-time lawmakers cannot become principal officers in the House. So that effectually shuts out Ikenga Ugochinyere from that minority position.
Brother, this is the best time, the best form of, in fact, since 80s, 70s, this is the best form of leadership that I've seen in life, and I want to celebrate the House. You see, when they are not active, people complain. When they are passive, people complain. They will legislate. That's the essence of having legislative men. These are gentlemen, noble men. And I've said in every institution, of course, there are Judas Iscariot. And of course, the essence of having lawmakers is it not to have legislations, make laws, and they are doing it. Whether you like it or not, if it is a law that will not benefit us, what does the draftman do? He looks at the future, he looks at the mind, he knows what to do. So if it is going to affect us, it will affect them too. What goes around comes around. But right now, they have seen the essence of it. And I think it is proper. I don't know why in everything we complain.
You think it's proper, yeah?
I said it's proper. Of course, if others are... The Bible says when there is a casting down, we should say there is a lifting up. If another person is saying, what it may not be good for the goose, may be good for the gander. So for me, I think they are doing the proper thing. For those that are not comfortable, Because everybody cannot be discomforted. God forbid. If there is disenchantment, people come out and say, some persons, not everybody, some persons who wants to gain their ways by all means. Because if you look at what is going on now, it's propaganda. Oppositions have, during Jonathan, it was Chibok. Now they have started again. The recent girls that were kidnapped, the school children, we know, but it will not work. So the assemblies are doing, it's like when people say the soldiers are not fighting. I was watching a documentary, watching at what the soldiers are doing, fighting seriously. And of course, when you are fighting with a demon who is not visible, what do you expect? These are people that go home and come back. Some of them are immortal. And the soldiers are fighting them with tooth and nail. The assembly is also doing laws. Look at committees that are set up to look at crime, corruption. If nothing is working, then we should go back to the bananas. So for me, the assembly member, I cover them with the blood of Jesus. People will insult you. Even while we are seated here, there are those that are not happy. So for me, the assembly members are doing well, excellently well. Go and look at their resume.
All right.
And I challenge whoever that is accusing them of anything.
All right.
They are noble. Perfect.
Dr. Obidima Obidima is here. He's a journalist, international affairs analyst, senior lecturer in international diplomacy, Rivers State University. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. It's my delight to be here.
Welcome again.
Yeah.
My dog.
Are you surprised that Chinyere will not have a chance to, at least not for now?
Well, Kelly, you see the deceptive contraptions that we kind of throw up in this country, sometimes they don't know really what will be the next practice. I remember too well that the current president of the Senate, Ababio, it was the first time I became a minority leader.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
You see, the way this political class, the present rule political class, shift the goalposts is worrisome. And I think the worst thing that happened to this nation is the coming in of APC government. I want to tell you that this nation had never known something that is sane and civility since 2015. And things are done. It was a little bit saner during Buhari's time compared with what we are seeing today. You know, you begin to wonder where are we heading to as a nation. Off this studio, I was discussing with colleagues. I said, look, Ghana, today, Ghana, Benin Republic, we don't travel, we don't go and study even our neighbors. That in these places, the people, the government appear to be getting it better. They are enlightened, they are more civilized. You know, and they are also progressively enhancing the quality of governance and even human life than Nigeria. And Nigeria just slipped into the hands of a class that they are not supposed to. They are not supposed to, in any kind or any civilized society, be in the places or the position they find themselves today. If you go to Singapore, in fact, many of them will be in the farm working instead of occupying a political position. Because in Singapore, the leadership selection process there, for you to be a prime minister, that he even failed traffic law once is enough to be disqualified. And this is what nations are doing to throw up their grade A leaders, and they can be respected by the international community. There are people, and that's why people are not jostling for leadership there. You can go to places like Finland, New Zealand, we have 30-something-year-old this have become prime minister. In fact, the ones that call themselves statesmen or elders are relaxing at the suburb, retiring gracefully. But here, we see people with mindset to loot, to collect loan and loot the loan they collected on behalf of Nigeria. That is what we are seeing.
Okay.
And the building castle here and there that they cannot even maintain while they are alive.
So they'll never allow Ugo Chinyere?
They will not allow people like that. Sorry, Ugo Chinyere has ruffled feathers by his rhetorics in the past. And some people, they don't want to hear such people in the parliament.
Okay.
Because hearing them, it's like damaging whatever they think that is remaining with them.
Okay.
So that is that. It's not that Ugo Chinyere is coming in now. It's the first time we are seeing that in this country. Akpabio himself was a minority leader.
And it was the first time senator.
For a first time senator. The things will change now for the kind of people, the characters we have in Nigeria today. Things will change from time to time. That's how they are changing electoral act every minute.
Okay. Let's move on to the conversation for opinion poll. We talked about this in part yesterday. I want to look at the B part of it. You're looking for campaign funds. Okonkwo reacts to Obi's 5 billion naira defamation suit. So we talked about this yesterday. I don't want to dwell on this. We had good time yesterday. We had a good time yesterday to talk about it. But my focus this morning is, it appears the opposition is fighting the opposition. Doesn't that give credit to the ruling party? Opposition fighting opposition. Babachir Lawal dragging Atiku. And now I've even started seeing some stuntmen begin to say stuff about Atiku. Atiku this, Atiku that on social media. All of these things are happening. While you have these things happening, going on, right, are you not indirectly making way for the ruling party, the APC, to continue to surge on? Now it's Kenneth Okonkwo and Peter Obi. He's been on Obi's neck, actually. In all fairness to Obi, Okonkwo has been on Peter Obi's neck. He's not allowing him to move. But all of these pressures, opposition fighting opposition, doesn't it give advantage to the ruling party? Mr. Ajibabari.
Well, what I would say to Nigerians is that we are at a very critical point in the nation's history. I used to say this, that life has taught me that at times God can use basket to fetch water for either of two purposes. Either to humble or to humiliate bucket, which is a natural water retaining container. And I've seen that practically. Me, I'm a living example. I know we may discuss that. For what is happening on the landscape, particular landscape now, if Pharaoh had known if Moses would be, he would have killed him. I'm seeing something like that developing. So to me, we have a government, like I mentioned, state capture. We have a government in place that is determined to do anything. I'm a lawyer. By October, I'll be 56 years old, so I spent some time here. I told one of my friends who studied in London that if the father were to be where rule of law is working, he will be in jail. And I stand by my position. It was Edmund Burke who said that the only thing that allowed evil to triumph is when people keep quiet for fear of the unknown. There are some people talking in a manner that appear as if they have given up. Look, Kelly, there are people that have not seen money. This present APC government, Tinubu did not promise us anything. He says it's going to continue from where we stopped. So he is actually stepping up in that direction. They are ready. Look at River State now. There are intellectuals that have been turned intellectuals that cannot open their mouths. Look at what they use Worika to do here, Professor Worika. I heard about Worika for the first time from a professional colleague. He said they wanted to give him a gift during birthday. He said no, he doesn't want that. That is how a person, a character that he was. They use him here to set up farmer headers crash. This is a predominantly farming state. And people from the Sahel are coming with their cows and chasing people from their farms and they use a professional. I was expecting to resign, he never did. No matter how much money he received, and this is what is going on now, there are money they will give to you. Today in Port Harcourt, there are rivers indigents that cannot open their mouth again because they have received money. So what they do, they move people, they set up people. Any amount of money you want, they can transfer to your account. Just for you to play the dirty job. In fact, what is happening now from what we had that happened in airport last night, the government is rattled because I personally have taken my position that this is somebody that is cloned by the establishment for a particular purpose. But it appears that God is hearing the prayer of Nigerians, and things are done in a manner that they never or they least expect. So, Kelly, I will tell you clearly that with the way things are going, Nigerians should be top and ready because change is coming and it's going to be inevitable. All we have to do, don't allow this distraction to take you over. Keep your eyes focused and know that it is the future of your unborn children that these gamblers are playing with. And we must be able to say that no matter what is happening, we must focus on the future and say Nigeria must be better than this. We must have people of character that must be in position. Peter Obi is one person that I have so much respect for. When you look at his trajectory from London, where he acted as an entrepreneur.
I'm trying to tailor the conversation.
Right. So this thing will continue, Kelly. Okay. All these things you are seeing will continue. But Nigerians should not lose focus.
It does it in okay, they should not lose focus, meaning that it has the capability of distracting them.
Oh, sure.
Which could give the ruling party an advantage.
It could give them an advantage. Okay. But if Nigerians, because as it stands now, it appears as if our voice don't matter. It appears as if our vote will not matter. But I tell anybody, go and get your PVC, get ready.
These things are bound to happen. In fact, from the days of John the Baptist, also called Onze. You see one thing, people. Yes, sometimes. People don't they cry sins. Everybody must not be rich, but that's not the argument. Who are these people heading these political parties? Atiku was made the governor, although he didn't take the mantleship. He was made the governor. He was appointed as a vice president. In Adamawa today, where Fin3 is, what is going on? ISWAP has taken over. These are characters that want to lead this nation. My people say charity begins at home. ISWAP went to a football pitch just early as January, thereabout. When we have innocent footballers who are playing football, hewed them, maimed them. We have the likes of Atiku there.
So what should Atiku do?
No,
what should he have done?
No, thank you very much. Please. You see, when a man's worth of knowledge, his idea, wisdom, begins from his place. These characters that are saying they want to lead Nigeria, what have they done in their place?
What should he have done?
That is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm asking.
It is easy to have called the state governor and say, look, please allow me, sir. When it comes, allow me to leave the microphone. That's why these are ideas. If you know you have all this burden of leadership charisma, and you say, Governor, where are you? We have seen people do that. Look, I have the model. I have been a one-time president. This is my state. When you're citing, you say you want to lead a nation. People will say, what resume have you? What are the qualities?
So you're saying, what are you saying exactly?
What I'm saying exactly is that, thank you very much. Call the governor and say, look, people are dying. ISWAP has built a den there in Adamawa. As I speak to people are dying. People can't go to farm today. When I talk about Adamawa today.
Okay, so
what I'm saying, you would have called the governor and say, look, please, this is my idea. I have been a vice president. Then
do you know
I was like an auxiliary.
Do you know if he did?
Did what? He's fighting the man.
Do you know if he did?
He didn't do anything, nothing.
Okay. So let me understand something.
Yes.
Sometimes
please allow me so I don't forget anything.
You don't have it the way you want it, but you have to do your job.
Yes.
So let me imagine the way you're saying it.
Please allow me. You always descending into the another.
Insecurity in Adamawa State is Atiku's problem.
Is he not a stakeholder?
I'm asking a question.
Is he not a
Insecurity in
stakeholder?
Adamawa State is Atiku's problem.
Is he
yeah?
not a stakeholder?
No, answer now.
No, I'm asking you, is he not a stakeholder?
That's what you are saying now.
It
So
should be his
clarify
problem.
me. It should be his problem.
Yes, he's part of. He's a figurehead.
Okay, he's a figurehead.
Yes, a figurehead. In Adamawa, you can't call.
Okay,
Immediately you call the governor, you call
the
him.
insecurity in Borno State should be Shetima's problem then.
You don't know. People will still refer to him. Should I exempt him? I'm not going to exempt him.
So where do we put the president? Who's the
We are not
commander-in-chief?
talking about those that are contesting. Those that want to lead Nigeria. He's a candidate.
Well, the president is the one in
He's
power.
a candidate.
But the president is the
He's
one in power.
He's working.
He's working.
Yes,
He's working and people
Please
are
allow-
dying.
Are people not dying in other countries? Say that like-
Oh, now it's in other
He's
countries.
working. Please allow me. You see one thing.
Adamawa is
People are
another
not always
country.
peaceful. Allow me to talk.
Adamawa is
People
a
have
state-
guilty minds.
Adamawa is a state
If they appoint
in
any of you,
Nigeria.
none of you can even perform like
Please,
Tinubu.
let's stop getting personal.
Please, no,
about
I'm
these
not being
things.
personal, but allow me to talk.
I like to stay.
No, allow me to talk.
I like to stay focused on the
We are
conversation.
focused. People should allow me.
I'm not going to jump into unnecessary.
No,
arguments.
Kelly, I shouldn't be shut down.
Please, sir, nobody is
Yeah.
shutting you
Yeah.
down. My question is simple.
Yeah.
Right?
And I have responded.
You said
yes.
The insecurity in Adamawa State should be Atiku's responsibility.
Yes, himself is a stakeholder. He's a citizen.
Because he wants to be president.
What if he has all on several occasions? He wants to lead the country. Yes.
Fantastic. President
Kokastic.
Tinubu has a return ticket for the APC. President Tinubu is the commander of the armed forces of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Should we absolve President Tinubu of any blame?
You're not going to absolve him. He's leading the country.
Okay.
There are states, regions,
Yes. Okay.
whose duty is to they allot money to these governors,
Mhm.
and there are stakeholders in these states.
Mhm.
What we are saying is that you want to lead a country, because remember the topic, the question you asked me, that oppositions are now fighting themselves. Thank you. And I'm saying, look, these characters, fellows that are leading these oppositions, are not fellows that should be reckoned with. These fellows we have known them in one way or the other, Chief. We have known them in one way or the other. And of course, you should expect this from them. People will not trust them. And that is why within the folds, they are fighting themselves. Of course, you can't trust them. We have known them when they were vice president. We saw what they did. And of course, people will continue to, within themselves, none of them will want to trust themselves. So the issue of trusteeship will come. The issue of saying, look, we don't want this person. That is what is going on. There is no confidence. You can't reckon on this character. And that is why I say, look, they are from states. We know of people who will come out and say, with their weight of knowledge, and say, look, this thing has been going on in my state. Governor, I'm not the governor, but please, I want to. Is that your financial not contributing? In several forums, he has said, look, I'm working with the governor. If the governor is not doing well, I will say, look, this is my opinion. And that, for the fact that I'm not a member of APC, but I'm telling the governor, this is the idea I have. And I think if you take it, it's sellable.
And in Kwara State?
In Kwara State.
In Kwara State that is becoming the new hotspot for insecurity. What has happened there?
It doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Is anybody coming out as a candidate?
No, in Kwara State, what has happened then?
I said,
you have the head of the governors from, who is the governor of Kwara State.
That's right.
The president is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The governors practically can mobilize, they can set up structures, but when it comes to the order, the chain of command, it comes from the president.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? The president is also in the race. You have cleverly refused to answer the question. No issues. Cleverly refused, but I'd like to ask you again.
Yeah.
You blame these people for
I'm only
insecurity.
telling you what is attracting these
Attracting what?
their trouble within themselves.
And
Within the question.
Ordinarily, I would have thought that the line of response would be, "This is good for you, the ruling party."
That's our prayers.
You
remember, I'm not in the ruling party. I'm not in. No. Kelly, I'm not in the ruling party.
You bring
Maybe you forgot
examples
it.
and
I'm not in the ruling party.
inferences.
No.
One moment,
I'm not
sir.
in the ruling
Please,
party.
one moment.
No, please don't. I'm not a member
You
of
bring
APC.
examples and inferences that really doesn't.
I shouldn't
even
speak your heart. That's why I'm here.
I don't need you to speak my
Thank
heart.
you very much. So what I'm saying is that these are untrusted fellows. And what do you expect from them? They will attract this untrust.
So that's why they are fighting.
Of course. When you're following a shepherd, a leader that is not trusted, who does not even amount to being trusted, why would you not expect this kind of indifference? And that is our wish. For them to continue in this line of trading confusion to themselves. That's our prayers. I'm not a member of APC, but I have empathy for them. And let me say this, please, submissively. The president is working. Money, if you Google now, states have money. This is, if you look at this era, they have much more money. And if these candidates are coming out, some of us say, Peter Obi,
Peter Obi will do like this. Atiku will do like this. The man in SDP, who is a lawyer, Tunji Abayomi, what? These are fellows. When you look at their resume, we're all here in Nigeria. People volunteer in Senate climb and say, look, this is my wealth of experience. Please follow this model.
Okay.
People do it.
Thank you.
What have they done in their states? So they're not qualified.
Yes, Kelly.
But even Obi.
Kelly, you see, unfortunately, I think the leaders of these opposition parties should also rein in on their supporters to be decorous. I have not seen that kind of what Okonkwo is doing on P2B from maybe the NDC or the spokespersons of P2B doing the same thing on Atiku.
Okay.
You know, so it is for Atiku to also call Kenneth Okonkwo to order.
Okay.
So that he will not end up demarcating Atiku. Because what Okonkwo is doing can anger some certain section of the Igbos against Atiku who want to support Atiku. Kenneth Okonkwo is like somebody that is out of the cage to destroy, you know. And what he's saying, as a lawyer, I believe that he should get his facts right. Because when I read the letter of Obi's lawyer to him, I said, this serves him right. And this shows defamation. Everything is what we are talking about. Yes, we talk of politics, we, throw this in, but there's a limit. You can go. And that will really, that will teach him a lesson.
That later
it will teach him a lesson.
I had to laugh out loud.
Yeah, the reason why I say this, it's a court process. And this, it's a several personal, it's not a inter-party legal issue.
How about Obi's suit against
It's going on.
Going on where?
He's dead.
What?
Dead.
Which court?
Wait. Then are you not saying that Obi have done the matter?
Do I know? That's how Obi is talking.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. I love why you are asking this thing. Mm-hmm. That is the system we are. And this is the system this APC government has thrown this country into.
Oh, I don't understand.
I told you.
How is the system responsible for?
Listen now, you are talking of the court. Which court? Which court? The judiciary is no more the judiciary we used to know.
The topic, now you're confusing me.
No, yes.
One moment now, you just said that Obi suing
Yes.
Okonkwo will teach him a lesson.
Yes.
I asked the question,
yes.
How about Adeyoju's case? It's about the same 5 billion naira. How about that case?
That case.
Public apology. We've not heard anything.
Oh.
You say it is a system. The courts. Is it not the same system that Obi wants to take Kenneth Okonkwo to?
Yes. Then he should do what now? He should go on self-help.
So how exactly would he teach him how would he teach him a lesson? That's the part that you're teaching me. How would he teach him a lesson?
It will teach him a lesson because at least he will spend money to hire a lawyer. And two, if at the end he could not prove all that is alleging and court gives judgment against him, it's not a lesson. So for me it's a lesson. So the point is that you even trying to raise that issue about the former district, you are indicting the judiciary also.
I am?
Yes.
I know.
You have indicted the judiciary. In other words,
you even indicted the judiciary. You even accused the judiciary.
You who wanted to go there. You who were going there before I interjected. You were going there. Is it not the system? The judiciary. And I asked you a question. First, you took a first case to the court. We cannot confirm. You cannot confirm how that case has been going. No, 1 minute. Before you accuse me of what I've not done, let me set the record straight. I only asked the question. You said they will teach him a lesson. I said, I don't understand. A lesson? I even laughed out loud. I mentioned the case of Deji Adeyoju. Deji kept asking, when are you taking me to court? Are you not taking me to court again? Deji kept asking publicly. Obi did not respond. So Obi has now done another case, and he said he will teach Kenneth Okonkwo a lesson. I'm just wondering how. You said the system, it is a system. What system?
Kenneth, let me go on. The point there is that Kenneth Okonkwo, for him to behave the way he's behaving, I'm sure it's even helping to draw more sympathy for Obi. Obi is somebody who do not use such uncouth vociferations that we hear from these elements. True. And that is why we are talking of civilized behavior. You know, we cannot, because of the fact that we are positioning ourselves for stomach infrastructure, what we will get, and begin to undermine the basic fundamental values of humanity, of the society, and try to, that the way we can get it is by destroying somebody. All these things they are talking about P2B, everything they are talking about P2B, sometimes you ask the question, why he did this, why is it that the administration today don't want P2B, but they don't have anything to hold against P2B, to persecute him?
But the mouthware is part of politics now.
No.
Wait, Peter is also talking now.
No, listen.
It seems they're not talking.
No, I know you should understand what I'm saying. At least we should see EFCC today, ICPC today chasing P2B.
Not important. Well, at least they're also not chasing Amechi.
No, excuse me. I'm talking about P2B. I'm not talking about.
I'm also mentioning opposition figures that they've not gone after.
Yes,
they've not gone after Amechi.
Yes, because
they've not gone after Atiku.
Because they don't have anything. Why are they going after?
So let's leave that one. Let's leave that one.
P2B is not a gun.
You know, Professor Sage. He said something during Buhari time.
That
I think towards 2019 election. He said they have found. They've been looking everything they said Atiku did when he was vice president, but there is no record for them to even name him. I read that in Sunday.
Federal government is not. They don't want to arrest him.
Okay.
By Professor
PTDF is enough.
I'm telling you the truth.
Okay.
So Obi is the person that everybody.
I'm not part of it.
Is afraid because they know that such a character. If it comes, Nigeria will begin to experience. So
you have every right.
And I want to
one moment, sir. You have every right to hold the position you've just held. Absolutely. I'm not debating it. I'm not debating it. Yes. But I'd like to create a balance.
Let me conclude.
They don't only talk about. You will conclude. I'm not stopping you from concluding now. No, I'm not fighting with you. I'm not even against whatever thing you're doing, right? But it's not only Obi that they're talking about. They also talk about Atiku. That's why I started by saying. That's why. No. You say they're always talking about Obi, yes. And I wanted to say that Obi is also talking. Obi is not uncouth in the way he speaks. Give that to him, right? But he talks about borrowing.
Yes.
Federal government comes out to say, no, you are deluded in the things you are saying. He's a candidate. He's a candidate against their principal. So they are looking for old materials to drag him. Is it not part of politics? It's politics. The same way they are dragging. My focus of this conversation is not ruling party dragging opposition. No, my focus is opposition dragging opposition. It is opposition dragging opposition that is my focus. Are you not giving advantage to the ruling party when you're fighting yourselves?
The point is that everybody is playing his or her own politics, but there's a limit in using certain words. The opposition, I don't even see that as opposition fighting opposition.
Okay.
I don't see it like that. Because every political party is a unit that is pursuing its own goals and objectives.
Okay.
ADC have their own, different from NDC, different from SDP.
Okay.
That do not deflect the fact that Obi is still what he is, Atiku is still what he is, the other person is still what, and maybe their supporters.
Okay.
Maybe why all these things are coming up is to influence, to turn the heart of certain supporters, look, by using, to run down the other person, to change the heart of his supporters, which so far had not yielded the kind of desired expectations they want.
So are you saying it could also be a strategy?
A strategy by
a political strategy?
By,
are you saying it's a strategy?
Yeah, it is. I can't say it's a strategy. I cannot say it's a strategy like I told you from the beginning that there are different political units.
Yes.
And whatever you may call, whether I may call it a foolish strategy by Kenneth Okonkwo.
So it may be a strategy.
It could be his own strategy. So it could be his own strategy.
Right.
But the point there is that has it actually gained from his expectation by taking off those who want to support Obi or to have a rethink of supporting Obi?
All right.
So the thing is that a straight tree is the only tree that he can cut. He want to cut. The people don't like cotton bended tree that is bended.
I used to cut it.
Okay.
The bended tree.
No. If you go to the bush,
I cut.
Yeah. Even these people that saw a plank, wood, they look for the straight wall.
Okay.
So
maybe this is now beginning to add up as to why people get very offended when we talk about Obi, because ordinarily, if you have that solid confidence in your base, when these attacks come, you'll find a way to objectively repel them in a clear way. But they always come with the offensive. Because I feel like listening to you now, there are those that are indifferent, those in between. They are thinking, is this will be the right person? Is this one the right person? When they get all of these barrage coming like this, it helps them to say.
And that is why that letter to Kenneth Okonkwo.
So it's a strategy.
Very necessary.
I'm up with Brown, managing consultant, CEO Green Consulting. Joins us. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, my colleagues in the panel, in the studio. And hello to our listeners everywhere.
Opposition fighting opposition.
Well, it's part of the political environment. If you look at in the UK, you find Nigel Farage's party fighting the Conservative Party, fighting the Labour Party, the Greens Party fighting. Each one of them is looking for where they can have advantage to add a few more support to their own base and to identify issues they can coalesce around.
But it is a political strategy. It is a political strategy.
Oh yeah, to base building is a very important resource in political campaigns. And if you cannot identify your base and achieve mind share with them, then your strategy is faulty. So you deploy all kinds of strategies. And as one of my friends told me in a discussion, which I find very amusing, Professor Stan Lingua, he said to me, propaganda allows for you to abuse your opponents as a veritable strategy. If it can even disrupt their concentration or distract them from their chosen path of advance, then you have achieved something, because but underneath is the fact that it's only a survival strategy. It's not a strategy for success. When you're sure you're succeeding, when you're sure you have a winning combination for success, you don't go propaganda of insults and meanness. It shows the level of in another sense, the kind of things we are seeing now simply show the level of, shall I call it, incivility in the political system. Look, political parties can, on campaign promises, what we are seeing in Nigeria is personal attacks.
But that's who we are.
No, that's not who we are. We are seeing personal attacks because the political system has degenerated. It lacks a focus on policy because the ruling party has none. It lacks a loss of focus on ethics because the ruling party, the dominant party does not have, we do not have a dominant ethos to discipline the political system. There are things you cannot do in a society that has such discipline.
Discipline?
Yes. Political discipline, yes.
A society, right?
Yes.
So it means that the society, the people, think in a certain way. Today we look at America's politics.
Yeah.
And we see that with the Trump rhetorics, his base don't have a problem with being uncouth. Because Trump, in most of his messaging,
has chosen the base,
right,
with great care and attention, right? He chose the base, the white supremacists, the racist organizations, the Christian evangelists, because it gives him a population advantage.
Here.
So he has to speak their language.
So here.
He has to reflect their thinking.
So here. But do a sample. A sample of Nigerians.
Kelly.
I'm coming, sir.
Before you go.
Do a sample of Nigerians.
Before you go to Nigerians.
No, we're in Nigeria. Do a sample
of something. You raised the American example. There is something that Trump doesn't have, even with the base that he has chosen. The base he has stitched together. He is completely held hostage by their lack of dignity. Sometimes he finds himself struggling to extricate himself from their profile.
Well, it doesn't seem
it doesn't seem to work for him.
It doesn't even seem like he's trying to extricate himself.
Oh, he does.
But
if you follow American politics.
I'd like to ask you here in Nigeria.
Yes.
Across platforms, so I'm not even speaking of me now, across platforms, in the few years I've had the opportunity of doing this job, right?
Yep.
Call out a candidate, call out a trending abusing you.
Yes.
They start attacking you.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You haven't even said this person is guilty. You're just calling out, bringing out something.
Some issue.
That
they think.
Let us all talk about it. Does this make us better? Does it position him better? Oh, you hate him. Oh, you are this. Oh, you are that. That is the culture.
No, it's not. Kelly, you'll be right to say that this present political system, the present political system we are running, has degenerated to that level. I will remind you that in the 1960s, I was a young teenager waiting to get my first job, right? And I saw political campaigns in Nigeria. Campaigns were around issues. Should we have minority ethnic rights? Should we have mass education? Should
The House of Representatives has released the final print of the Constitution Alteration Bill seeking to provide a constitutional framework for the establishment of state police, among others, scheduled for consideration and voting during today's plenary. That development, according to them, marks a significant milestone in the ongoing review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. A statement signed by his spokesman, House of Representatives Akitunde Rotimi, it noted that the bills represent a combination of several months of rigorous legislative work undertaken by the House Committee on Constitution Review, following the receipt and consideration of numerous constitution amendment proposals from lawmakers government institutions, professional bodies, civil society organizations, traditional institutions, and citizens across the country. The review process involves extensive stakeholder engagement through zonal and national public hearings, consultative meetings, expert sessions, and town hall engagements held across the 6 geopolitical zones, ensuring broad-based citizen participation and input. The Constitutional Alteration Bill span critical thematic areas, including electoral reforms, judicial reforms, security and policing, local government administration, inclusive governance and citizenship, legislature, devolution of powers, human rights, fiscal reforms, strengthening of institutions, traditional institutions, and the creation of states and local governments. Nigerian nationals fleeing the wave of anti-immigrant tensions sweeping South Africa have arrived at Johannesburg airport for repatriation. For weeks, groups armed with sticks, whips, and shields have marched through parts of the country demanding that foreigners with no papers leave by the end of the month. This is not the first time South Africa has turned on its migrant population. In 2008, more than 60 persons were killed in what rights groups have called xenophobic attacks on foreigners. Since then, anti-migrants, riots and protests have continued to occur. An immigration official explained that Nigerians and other foreigners being repatriated will be barred from returning to South Africa for several years. As the richest country in the region, South Africa has traditionally attracted migrants from neighboring countries, but with unemployment above 30%, anti-migrant groups have blamed foreigners for taking jobs and putting pressure on public services. The Nigerian army has revealed that it has resolved tensions following an unauthorized incursion by Cameroonian troops into the Nare community in Boki local government area of Cross River State. The army said the incident, promptly contained by Nigerian troops deployed to the area, preventing further escalation. The acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, 82 Division, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, disclosed this in a statement issued in Enugu. According to Ayeni, troops at the forward operating base responded after receiving reports of the presence of Cameroonian soldiers in the community and immediately contacted the appropriate military authorities in Cameroon. He said the engagement led to the withdrawal of the foreign troops from Nigerian territory in line with established border protocols. Ayeni said preliminary findings showed the incident stemmed from a dispute over the collection of levies on farmland located between the Nare community in Nigeria and Dandi community in Cameroon. On the foreign scene, Iran has revealed that the country's joint military command has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed to passage of all vessels, including oil tankers and commercial ships. It also warns that any transit through the strait will be targeted, according to the statement read out by a state TV news reader. The statement came after the U.S. military began another round of strikes against Iran, and President Donald Trump warns that Tehran would pay the price for stalled negotiations. The escalating attacks threatened to derail efforts to end the war. U.S. Central Command said in a social media post that the military was striking multiple targets in Iran, attacks that were in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Wake up to the ultimate mix. Today's quest, today's connect, today's hustle, all on one.
All right, before panelists return, let's read some more contributions from you. Dead, get him dead or alive, says Senate. Cock and bull stories. As long as I'm concerned, that committee is dead on arrival. Nigeria is, okay. Aboyo Kingsley from Rumokuta, thank you for your contribution. Kelly, good morning. You should know that as long as Ugochinyere is speaking against Wike's tyrannic administration, Wike will not allow him to be there. Wike now uses his relationship with Tinubu to fight against his enemies. Neki, that is your contribution. Thank you, madam. So we should go back to ADC and support Atiku. Enes from Woji, how does this relate to our conversation now? Raymond Wilson, Well, I've responded to you. It's not anything that I did. That's the truth. Next one. It's like Kenneth Okonkwo is a master distraction strategist assigned particularly against Peter Obi before the campaign and the election. Mr. Good News, okay. Okay, so you think it's a strategy. Peter Obi not doing NDC any favor. I'm more qualified to contest Nigerian presidency. Senator Dixon wants obedient supporters. All these characters happening in the NDC is not ordinary. The hands of the opponent are involved, and by the grace of God, they shall be dismantled. All I want is to say, okay, thank God ability attribute. That's your contribution. Thank you. Concerning Peter Obi's politics, I must confess that any time, okay, you are comfortable with the guests today. That's your point. All right, thank you. Mboji from Rumudara, that's your contribution. Well, thank you so much. Traditional SMS, let's return there, read a few more. Ebube from Chukocho Eche. During the Men's World Cricket 2026, the Pakistani team refused to shake hands with the Indian team. Same thing happened during the Women's World Cricket. Why? Because India and Pakistan are at war. Iranian athletes will never shake hands with Israeli athletes. Why? Because the Ayatollah regime considers Israel as a cancer. Politics must always come. So I stand with America. I stand with Trump. All right, Ebube, that's your contribution. Thank you. I tend to agree with Dr. Obidima that the APC government would always shift their position when it doesn't favor them. Before now, have you heard of a placeholder? The arrow is right on Ugo Chinyere. Okay. So they will not allow him to become the minority leader of the House of Reps. All right. Next one. Kenneth Okonkwo is using Peter Obi to gain cheap popularity. When Obi was a governor, Kenneth then was acting movies. It pains me that Kenneth has not come out of bondage. P.O. from Rukpoku. It said in my local palace in Eche that the best friend of a man is the one that destroys him. Kenneth Okonkwo's case with Obi has made me believe this. For me, Peter Obi makes the most fatal mistake in bringing Okonkwo to work with him. Okay, he made. Okonkwo may have been found as a biblical Judas to be paid their loot to destroy Obi's hard-earned integrity. Emma Anayo, that is your contribution. If I were Obi, I wouldn't have written to Kenneth Okonkwo to give him option to apologize. I would have filed a case in court against him to teach Okonkwo that politics is not Nollywood, where they act with stories that are not true. It's the law. So I'm deliberately taking all of these things. So all of you are just leaving it out. It's easy to pick on the man and stay on that one. Opposition is not fighting opposition, but everyone is fighting Obi because of his credibility and propensity to win the election. Okay, there's no law banning a new member from becoming a speaker or Senate president. So the law is incongruent with the Constitution. They have internal rules that guide them. Let me return to Amal Pusanimbo so he can conclude on what you were saying earlier.
Yes, sir. So I was saying that because there is absence of principles, ethics, and policy directions to engage the minds of the promoters of the various political associations that call themselves parties, and because there is lack of any ideological glue to hold people together, they use fear, bribery, and violence. In fact, violence in terms of language, violence in physical terms, and violence in psychological terms to hold people hostage. If you look at our political system, that's what has become the norm today. It wasn't always like that.
Okay.
I saw from the 1960s to the 1980s when we had, from 79 to 83, when we had the Second Republic. We had what looked like a promising field of new ideas in democracy, in democratic practice. MPP, Nigerian People's Party, UPN, Unity Party of Nigeria, GMPP, Greater Nigerian People's Party, PRP, People's Redemption Party, MPN. Each of these parties had a set of programs that you used to recognize them in any state you go to. If you went to a UPN state, you will see that the emphasis is on education, accommodation, food. If you went to an MPP state, the other changes. It is on food first, right? And it's even there in their logo. MPN had its own set of programs. So all the states that were run by each of these parties, you could find a commonality of programs and policies that will tell you, I'm in an MPN state, I'm in a UPN state. Not anymore in Nigeria. In this Fourth Republic, we practically jumped the gun. We moved the chaos of the Third Republic into the Fourth Republic. And that foundation, that faulty foundation, has not been addressed. Obasanjo was the last man who tried to address it by creating the needs and seats philosophical premise for politicking and governance.
All right.
Unfortunately, those he was leading did not want to hear that. Their interest was to loot. And when it is looting, the strong man has to take center stage instead of the strong institution and strong policies and strong programs.
So they set up the people, the way the people react now.
Yes. What we are seeing is a sense of desperation everywhere. If you don't follow, when Chimenem talks about APC, we know that there is no APC now. There is Tinubu, President Tinubu's organization, that has actually taken over the name APC.
All right.
Because if you're talking of APC, people like Amechi, people like El Rufai and so on should be part of that arrangement.
Okay. Let's end the quiz.
Well,
Are you back?
I just said my name. I said, let me go.
So, do the vote.
Stanley, for me, I think following your question, giving answer according to the question you asked, is the opposition fighting opposition, giving credibility to the leading party? The answer is that yes, he's doing so. And there's no way I will, because remember, it's not Obi. I don't know why it's becoming an Obi affair. It's not Obi that is talked about there alone. Atiku is there with Babachi Elawa. Then Obi is there with Kenneth Okonkwo. And in fact, before this dispensation that happened to be in the run-up to 2027 election, Okonkwo has started with Obi.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it's not a matter of
when the Labour Party matter escalated to the point.
Yes.
Good.
That was when he started expressing his frustration.
The issue is that basically people have different characters. Humans, no matter the number, each person has his own. Okonkwo is such a person that is full of himself, I'm telling you. If any other person leaves, Okonkwo doesn't care about that. He says whatever. Remember, in this kind of thing he saw, and all that people may have told him about Obi and all that, a careful lawyer will not burst in the way he did. To the point of that thing I told you I watch on channels. What he will only do is, at least, I don't know, politics has not brought here and Obi so much problem that we've not heard of it. You know, some of them, some of these politicians act like secret court members. They hide things.
And
yes, they hide things. I don't know whether the ones on my right and left are part of them. I don't know. But these high-level politicians, these high-level politicians, what they do is just, that's why I always ask, is governance now run as secret cult? where only the initiated or the initiates know exactly what is going on.
If they know.
That is if they know.
They don't know.
See, Kelly, I think this even like Okonkwo, there's no action that has got no reason for it. 2 reasons. Either Okonkwo is doing that by himself for his selfish interest or his good interest, whatever. The same thing with Babachi Lawa. You remember that Babachi Lawa was the one that even defended Atiku to the point that he was saying some people either they were taking Indian hemp and all that. All those love, seeming love, just flew away in a twinkle of an eye. And he's attacking Atiku. That means his own interest is what he's pursuing now. Maybe Atiku may not have done exactly what had assuaged and maybe whatever he lost. In that way, I have told you sometime that in politics, Nigerian brand especially, is the only place you see that they will hold on to egocentrism as the best policy. When they tell you no permanent enmity, no permanent friendship, but permanent interest. And that if you check them, their activities, that's how they behave. So Kenneth may be doing that to Obi, who, if I were in his shoes, should have kept quiet, doing what he's doing. If Kenneth got so much annoyed, let him go to court and then sue Obi. But this thing of this offer an apology. What is apology? When somebody has defamed you. The person was not asleep and defamed you. That's not my problem. The letter is not the problem. But saying offer an apology, that's
what the law requires. That's what the law requires before you can sue successfully.
Oh, okay. Well, if the law requires that somebody will defame you and then offer an apology, maybe it will assuage you. What if it doesn't assuage myself?
No, you state the conditions.
Yes.
Of the, but I'm not a lawyer, but I remember my days as a journalist. You can defame somebody and wait for the letter to come. And then you go and meet the person and say, well, like Chief Ganifa Wemi did to a famous lawyer. He says, do we pay you 1 naira or 10 naira?
While he has finished it.
Yes, your name really is not worth more than that.
So Kelly, what I'm saying in essence is that the opposition members, even though they may be doing that, whatever they are doing to one another, based on their personal interest, but this is seen as what even the Bible says, that a house divided against itself cannot stand. And so the APC is coasting. And again, Kelly, the greatest aspect of it, which is of course based on suspicion, is that who says it might not be that the leading party is the one orchestrating the whole thing?
Of course.
All right. So Saraki Dixon was on Arise yesterday, and he reacted to a lot of the things happening with the NDC. Especially the week before when we had this conversation, Dr. Obidima wasn't having it. There's no crisis in the NDC and so on. Well, he says it's the same thing, but he gives dimensions to it. And those dimensions got my attention. I'll try and just narrate. So he said the surge of people to the NDC created desperation. The surge also came from the fact that they did not put a fee. I think in nomination, they put a price to their nomination.
But that's what we highlighted here.
So he brought a surge. That surge brings desperation. The opposition party, barely 3 months or 6 months old, according to him, does not have the kind of war chest like the APC does. So it was actually appropriate for the panelists to ask candidates, what is the size of your war chests? You want to be a governor, what is the size of your war chest? You want to be, it's financial I'm referring to.
I know.
Right? What's the depth of your pocket? They needed that because politics is not cheap. Politics is expensive. And I said to me, if that being the case, the person who has the brains, the capacity, but does not have the finances, doesn't stand a chance in any of our political parties. Clearly, that's what Saraki Dixon said. Saraki Dixon did not say, no, we asked them to pay money. But Saraki Dixon said it clearly, that politics is expensive and we are an opposition party. For instance, you want to be a governor in an APC state. So you were contesting against a deep pocket governor who will need money. In the same interview, he goes on to say, party members contribute. They will be made to contribute. I'm like, so is it that the contribution from the party members is not enough to sustain the party, that you will require candidates to tell you how much money they have and they are willing to spend for
the
their election? Is it odd? Or perhaps it's just where we are, that political parties truly are only available for those that have the money. Any other thing, ideas alone cannot fly. Let me go back to Amabu Senbo.
Well, Kelly, the facts are coming out that the Nigerian political environment, the ecosystem, is anti-intellectual, anti-credibility, anti-everything wholesome, because of the way it was structured in 1998 to enable a hurried exit of the military, but an exit designed to be on their own terms. They had all the money, the generals had the money, so they wanted to determine succession. When I hear people saying in Rivers State that, Godfather this, Godfather that, I laugh, because that it was built into the design of the system to make sure that the capacity of the individual, the integrity of the individual does not count in getting you to become governor, in getting you to become a House of Reps. In fact, the political system was designed to create subservient office holders, whereas those who have money will be behind and pulling the strings if they are not the ones sitting, or they can easily push you aside as a placeholder and move straight and take the seat. So when then Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu said Emiloko, he just told us in Yoruba idiom that they had a turn-by-turn arrangement based on what? Those who could afford it. So stealing was built into this Fourth Republic design. It was so built in the sense that if you look, Kelly, you'll find out that the purpose, the claim of democratization, which is what Claude Ake talked about in his iconic paper that blew Babangida's mind in Abuja in 1993. He said it's Africa democratizing. The principles, the policies, the vision behind the democratization program were all evacuated from the transition we had in 1998. What was dominant was the question of who is behind you, how much money do you have. So the people wanted to buy over the Nigerian state, the assets of the Nigerian state, sell all the public companies and investments of states and federal government to individuals. Kelly, that is privatization, they called it, but privatization where the banks themselves were not in a position to lend money to you and I. They will only lend to those who already have or who hold political power. So it cleared the way for our governors to become thieves. If they want to buy these installations, these assets, they then had to steal money, and they were the only ones who had access to the state treasury. They could go into the inner room where the treasury was kept, open it and see how much was there, and make the offer. I'm aware, I'm saying this. In 2002, I was one of two persons sent to come and alert Rivers State Governor that, look, one or two persons we are trying to use undesirable means to buy over NAFCON, Eleme Petrochemical. They have also placed a price on Warri refinery. Will you Niger Delta people just sit there and keep quiet? Why don't you express an interest? Send a petition to the federal government today. I came on that errand and handed over the letter at Government House and went back. So, but if you asked, could Rivers people have gone to bid for indigenous investment that supported privatization to that extent? It didn't. You only find them, you find the banks lining up behind you when you already have a position in government. Therefore, being in government means you must have a deep pocket, or you must have those around you who have deep pocket. Do you know that some of the candidates are told, don't bring money. Don't bring any money of your own. If we see you are penny in this campaign, you are out. What was the fight when Governor Peter Adeli became, when Dr. Peter Adeli became Governor Peter Adeli? The fight between him and his godfathers was the fact that his godfathers claimed they did all the spending on his behalf. So what you're asking from the interview that Seriake Dixon had is true. The NDC at this point cannot effectively match other parties or so-called parties, because there are none. APC today is, we all heard what they did.
Okay, so they can't match. They can't match
in terms of naira for naira.
They cannot.
In the days of Aton Zeribe, when he says, "I'll match you," MPP will match you, stockfish for stockfish, so rice for rice, and helicopter for helicopter.
The only option they have,
yes,
is to smartly get those with ambition to commit money.
Yes, their own money. And that limits the pool of people, Nigerians, with credibility who can get into that kind of situation.
Dr. Bitima.
Yes, Kelly, let me, I listened to that interview last night. Remember that Dixon was chairman of AD in 1998-99 in Bayelsa State. I was a member of AD, the political assistant to late Chief Erikaso, the national treasurer of AD, you know, and I was the only one that ran an election under AD in the whole River State for National Assembly, House of Reps. And that time, I didn't have money. But I became popular in Obiakpo during the Abacha's transition program. This party that was so popular, I would say was our leader in River State. My friend Fred Ichebo was the chairman of Obiakpo local government that time. And because of my ideas and whatever, so we didn't actually go into that election before Abacha died. So that era made me so popular in Obiakpo, and I carried it to AD, ran that election, but without money. Without money. I was even moving from church to church, making requests, that's prayers and all those things. That's what AD did that was quite novel that time. Those contesting for Senate, they made available 200,000 to them.
The party made available?
Yes. Those contesting House of Rep, 150,000.
And then that was a lot of money.
Yes, but my own didn't get to me. But yet, I went into that election. Fortunately, I had my returning officer who came back with my results. Somebody else was announced at the coalition this thing, because I didn't really have the money to organize logistics and whatever. And that was what LP, Labour Party, suffered in last election.
Yep.
So I waited and went back to Nigerian Institute of Journalism in 1999 after that election to do my postgraduate diploma in journalism. So in the course of my research for my project, my project was on human rights issues in Babangida and Abacha regime. I stumbled into a pamphlet, Transition Monitoring Group report, final report, 1999 election in Nigeria. So in that of Rivers State, I saw my name as one of the winners of House of Representatives under ADAPP Accord. You know, yes, the PDP that time and one other of my friend who ran, they all went to Abuja to fight. I didn't have money to travel to Abuja. On getting there, even those from my own community were there in these two camps. They saw that it was my name that was in all the offices that won the election. But when I was told that story, I waved it until I saw this report. Now, Dixon brought some ideas of AD philosophy into this NDC.
Okay.
And when they said they should not pay nomination this thing until all this thing,
until they are screened,
you know, now that it kind of created an issue. An issue. Two, and that is why you also have seen what happened that time in the zones where they set up these committees to screen. They have to also ask this question because money. They didn't say he must be a billionaire. How much do you have that he can put in this election? Very important, because we are running political parties that people, that members of the party are no longer willing to contribute money in terms of subscription, in terms of dues. As it was.
No, they will not want to contribute for another person to take the candidate.
So, and that is also a good strategy. How much do you have? If they're expecting that issue, like those who run election under a Labour Party, who won elections, but they could not secure their victory because of money. As a mere logistics to run about, like what I said happened to me. So I don't think it is a bad idea, because in Nigerian politics today, Kelly, it is so bad that even those who are running most of these parties that you see are the people who were fortunate to steal. We are very fortunate to steal resources and now are sponsoring their foot soldiers who don't even have the money.
So what's the difference? What would be the difference between what happened to you, what will happen to you, and those that have the capacity,
yes,
but they don't have the money?
Yes, they don't have the money. This is what I'm saying now. The time I ran election, in 1999, is not so bad as it is today, that you have to pay agents. You have to give agents money. I've told you here severally that I was, in 1917 election, I was a party agent for MPP. And the only thing we expected and which they gave us was refreshment, jollof rice and Coca-Cola. Okay. And nobody gives you money.
Okay.
So nobody's heart was the money. But today, a party agent is looking for 50,000 naira from you, or he will sabotage your effort.
It is a problem now. My question is, for someone today,
yes,
who feels I have the intellect,
yes,
I have some grassroots following,
yes,
I know that people will vote for me,
yes,
but I need to get a party ticket,
yes,
right?
Yes,
I don't have the money,
yes.
What will make his story different from yours?
Yeah, the thing that will make the story different is the place we have found ourselves today.
So it cannot be different from yours. His story cannot be different from yours.
Excuse me, listen. It cannot be different. That is what I'm saying. That it is bad now than I found myself that time. So it will not be different. Am I not willing to contest election in this country? But because of the experience I have, am I not popular within Obiakpo?
Okay.
Am I even this radio program I come?
Okay.
At least people can say, look, let us try this back. But do I have what it takes to now move people?
So we can agree now. We can agree now that election is only for those that have money.
By the Fourth Republic design.
Exactly.
We're talking about. I don't have to go
Yes.
fast. We're talking about this era.
No, we should go in contest.
But that's
contest
the same thing in its own contest. Now, if your party had given you that mobilization then, if they had given you that mobilization that they kept aside for certain positions, you would have been able to pursue.
It will have helped me a lot.
We're saying the same thing
it will
now.
help me a lot.
And you are talking of that time.
And that is why, because people contributed into the party.
Yes, then you had party members.
No, it's okay. I'm taking it one step at a time. The other persons would have to speak.
You are beheading the analysis.
No, Ajibabari, please, sir.
I think I will adopt summarizing professor's position and the doctor's position. I've confided that on him. You understand? So I think all this thing boils to the issue of philosophy. You know, we are back to a situation wherein you are hearing of Rainbow Coalition and the rest of them. What the Nuku normally say, PDAPC. Slowly but surely, we are seeing this thing manifesting, wherein clear individuals without the interest of the people, people who have no verifiable means of livelihood outside looting of public treasury, are now being or presenting themselves as models for younger ones to look up to. And I have said, any society, I'm sure you've had time to listen to Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, bombshell to Nigerian lawyers. And if you listen to it, you will know the character she was making specific reference to. And he said to lawyers specifically that by virtue of privilege of life, you are at the peak of professionalism in Nigeria. But don't say this your position. Use it to give direction to the society. And I've said it, that globally, when things are not looking right, people look up to lawyers by virtue of our training and exposure. Mm-hmm. Even Jesus recognized that by saying that we lawyers hold the key to knowledge.
All right.
But that in his time, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which constitute into the Sanhedrin, which are the leaders of thought, for them skewing, manipulating, selling justice, and turning it as a wheel to drive what I may call oppression, suppression, and repression. He said repeatedly 3 times, say, woe to you lawyers. And I've insisted that it's not because Jesus hated lawyers. He recognized that we hold the key to knowledge. But for that tendency to turn the law against the people, he had to say that to them. And that was a caution to direct them to do the appropriate thing. But I want to believe very strongly, Kelly, and that time is coming. If you ask me how are we going to get there at Babari, I may not be able to say it with mathematical exactitude. But something tells me on my mystic inside that it will get to a point, even the gang of criminals, when it comes to what they loot, they will say, nah, I beg, let's give this money to this person. We know that when we come back from our adventure, this person can keep the money and give account. We are getting there because there is no separate market for separate people. And I am very sure that very soon, Nigerians who are bearing the bulk of these consequences will say, it's just like we are now. No life is secured. All right. We will say enough is enough and the right thing will be done.
Well, first of all, lawyers are very noble people. Very noble people. That the country is going without a constitution is dead on arrival. I will remind me.
Okay.
No. Please, there is something I want to say, but I will learn. That will be my submission.
Can people with aspiration without money contest election in Nigeria? Going by what this is said.
They can contest. You know, each time you look at Dixon,
especially someone who doesn't have a godfather.
When you look, yes, you can contest.
How will you pay for the form?
You can contest. You see, that is where godfatherism comes in. That is where, like when I was registering to be a party member, I have my godfather, the man I work under, and depending on where you're coming from, you see, NDC has presented itself to be more decent, in fact, perfect and righteous with the candidate they presented to us. One would have thought that they would have sold their party ticket for at least, the least 200,000 or maybe 50,000 naira, because they have reflected themselves to be very good on social media. They're evil in practice. Now what I'm saying is that if a man say he that must come to equity must come with clean hands. I have known, he was a policeman, Dixon. I'm not trying to say.
Can we try not get
personal? Please, I'm not going personal. Please allow me, Kelly. Please just be patient.
You take away from the quality of the conversation when you descend.
No, please, not yes, sir. Please, this is my turn. Please, let us surround ourselves. These are things that each time you ask a question, be patient. Let me respond. I'm not trying to defend him or any. These are parts. When you say a man is good, you should be able to know his track record. When somebody say we are righteous, look at the person. DC. What is coming out today, like the question you ask, candidates should be able to freely express, come in, hence you're interested to participate or to be a candidate. They should be able to say, look, we can afford or purchase, party forms freely. What is going on in there is that these are same characters and fellows who people shouldn't trust. That is what I'm trying to establish. And we're saying today, APC has gone to sell their form for 100-something million. And you have a candidate who said that he will lead Nigeria to the high heavens. And after the election, people are crying. Complexities everywhere. So what I'm saying is that they should have ordinarily, forms should have been sold. Or maybe funds, create funds. These are people that have been in governance over the years. And say, look, just as Doc said, that in those days, that they used to, tax themselves, create funds for candidates. And once you want to contest, of course, you have an available flight to go, sail through without even having any money. What is happening? The same candidates today, people that are saying leadership is bad, leadership is evil. So, Kelly, what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't take away the fact that these are the same people that will lead us to Golgotha. Because, yes, these are the same people. We shouldn't trust them in any way. And if you can't reflect good, he that must come to equity must come with clean hand. If you preach righteousness, reflect righteousness. If you say you're faithful, be faithful. Now the same people are coming out. And that's why I say, look, Obi can lead. No, I'm not descending into any arena. Because who are the people? Bring your friend and let me tell you whom you are. People are still crying. Immediately after election, people are crying that they were cheated during the primaries. That is to tell you the same great gift. And God forbid that Nigeria will go back. Today, the same person led Anambra. How is Anambra today? And people are saying Obi, Messiah. So what we are saying is that, no, Obi is in that party. And he reflects righteousness. He has the same party. Please, for those that are interested in Obi, listing, people that are Obi. What we are saying is that, why didn't they sell the form for 500,000 at least?
Okay.
To show that they are truly reflecting. In fact, free for members, Nigerians which free? People are crying. They are stealing from people. So and that is what we're saying. Look,
they are not stealing.
They are stealing from people.
About
so
their readiness.
The worst thing that will happen to this country is to lead the country with pretentious people. And that is why some of us cannot even be dragged into this kind of. These are characters we've known over the years. Somebody say Obi is good. Go to Anambra. People are still crying. Go and look at the insecurity there.
You won't stop now.
The same party, NDC, look at what they are doing, including the ADC. And that's why we are saying, look, the devil we know should continue.
God forbid.
Yes, so the devil you know, God better than the angels you don't know. Those angels you don't know.
That this devil will continue.
Yes, it's better. It's better.
It's okay.
He reflects better than those that are saying they are so pure.
Kelly, I find it difficult to say something when they are paradise.
No, you are playing demon. If you want to kill a dog, you give the dog a bad name.
Can you allow the way to hold the phone?
No. He's holding the phone. Have I collected the
phone? Kelly, the way maybe because I don't have any desire to become a politician. The way I look at issues may be different. NDC has certainly, like I said, from the time they started, it was when P2B went to that party. Yeah, people started running and I said, see, let it not behave. No, it's not what I said. I said, it's just going to be like other parties. Kelly, you called, whether you have money or you don't have money, something must grow up from the ground. As a plant, you don't expect a corn that is planted today to just rise up and then yield fruits. No. So if you know you don't have money like others, please be growing small. It's not only 2027 that will be the only election. Now, Kelly wants you, for instance, yesterday I made this comment. I also said, if Obi, who cannot tell me at the position is occupying there, he might not be the highest person, but the position is occupying there gives him the understanding and the eyes and the ears to know about what is going on. He must sit on a board, whatever they call that, their board, where people's complaints and all that will be brought. If, for instance, somebody was invited as alleged to bring this and that. Meanwhile, they had come out and said, you will not pay until after the whole thing. Those who excel will be told what to pay. Eventually, people started coming. We pointed it out that it will bring a surge of humans. And it later happened. You started going and say, give us this much. How much do you have? And who are you asking that? Is it not a change of that policy? Now, I told you, okay, I have this and that. You said, bring 20 billion or 20 million rather. 20 million. Right, and I'm able to advance that. Later on, I didn't hear any other thing. Maybe others took over. Kelly, what does it show?
But then not just you pay 20 million, others who pay the 20 billion.
That's what I'm saying. No,
and maybe those that didn't have the money, like maybe Aisha Yusufu, because he said it yesterday. Politics is not about people making noise on social media. Social media activism is not the same thing as political
what
movement.
Is in the field. Yes.
You see, Kelly. No, what I'm saying is that let's say I met them, we congenially discussed, and they said, okay, you give us 20 million. I pay. I will have in mind that my position is simple. And later on, I see another person take that. 20 million, I didn't get back. What kind of treatment? You see, that is why I tell you that these politicians, I'm tired of them. So for me, I think all of them, like I always say, are the same. No difference. No difference. I do not particularly bring out any of them and say that this is the best. No, it's the same thing.
So I'd like to ask a final question, and I'll be squeezing out quick response before I open the phone line. It's already 10 minutes to 11. So when I listened to Saraki Dixon, I was troubled by it. And I'm still a little perplexed by that statement. So I take America's model to mind. When the candidates emerge, they start doing fundraisers. I still wonder how is it that Labour Party could not generate enough money for their election, or they did not manage the money well. People donated.
NDC.
I know what I'm saying.
Okay, go on.
People donated money
both in diaspora
for Obi's election.
Okay.
To Labour Party. Please tell me I'm wrong, Dr. Bidima.
Continue.
We saw those reports. In fact, at some point, we started hearing that diaspora contributions could not be spent in Nigeria because of law or something. Yes. Because of law or something, Abi?
Yes.
But locally, people contributed money. That's why we started hearing stuff like when Aisha Yusufu would say, I wasn't a member of the Labour Party, but I was the one that they gave charge over the campaign funds.
Yes.
And I have declared how those funds were spent. The money came. People contributed money.
Billions of money. Trillions.
Right? So I'm wondering,
Private helicopter.
can't parties decide to say we won't follow the norm? Let us test
something different.
Let us test this popularity. We have 100 candidates. We need this amount to fund our election. If you support us, donate into this account. Keep it open and transparent. Can't parties do that?
They are using it for helicopter.
Can't parties do that, Dr. Biduma? Can't they do that?
Party having a pool.
Labour Party had a pool, didn't they?
Listen, I was a player in that. What happened in that election? Yeah? One, like what they are doing to be now, it was also done in 2023. Even when the nation was coming abroad, the APC government blocked it.
How about local donations?
Listen, the local donations came and it was deployed. And I'm happy with what Dixon is doing in NDC. And it requires a strong character like him to ensure that things are properly organized. What happened in Labour? Actually, it was majorly controlled by the obedience. The money that was coming was majorly controlled by the obedience. And when they deployed this money, they had coordinators in states. I know the coordinator.
Did they raise money?
Or this state.
Did they raise money?
Why not?
I said I'll be squeezing out. No, I said it at the beginning that I'll be squeezing out quick reactions. Right? So we don't have all the time.
They raise money, but the point is that the people this money got into their hands did not, like in River State. In River State, honestly speaking, the money was so mismanaged, it did not come to the party.
Okay.
In the state. That's why, excuse me.
No, Dr. I am
Wait, let me give you an example.
I am pressed for time.
I know, let me just give you an example. When the bill was coming for campaign, the Yakubu stadium. When I went into that stadium, it was canopy.
Yes, now we saw it. We saw the videos.
The build edition.
And we had 10 million was released.
I was angry. I approached Dr. Tanko. I said, because actually there was a problem at night before that campaign. It was discovered that money had been misappropriated.
I heard 10 million was released though.
10 million?
That's what I heard.
Who says so? Who says so? There was problem a night before the campaign. In fact, British Tubo had to use their resources to make things up.
Okay.
You know?
My question is so again, you are telling us that donations worked, but it was mismanaged.
Yes.
Donations worked.
Yes.
That is my emphasis.
Yes.
If you are saying a character like Saraki Dixon is a strong character.
Yes. To manage some of these
if they thought of something different, something that would take something from them, there are routes to getting things done. An easy route is this one they have done. It's an easy route. Another route to say we want to show that we are different. We want to show that we are open for everybody. We are not just shouting, Obi, come and take tickets. We want to show to everybody that this is a party that is accommodating. But everybody must be a stakeholder. Make your contributions and let us go and fund elections. Can they do it?
I think that is a strategy they are even deploying now. But which people are now beginning to say they are extorting and all those things. It's not extortion.
Okay, thank you. Adubabari, please. Is that strategy not something that political parties could explore?
It's very, 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 very possible and clear. We can see, when you talk about the issue of the concept of organic support, Do you understand? When people, it's just like visiting an accident scene. You see, for me, I've been a victim of accident. If I have a car and I get to an accident scene, I can pull my car and ask you to bring the wounded person inside and I'll drive to the hospital. Some who do not understand, they don't understand. Like where we are now, Nigerians who have come to the consciousness that, look, one's life don't matter, nothing makes meaning. If we get a signal now that this complex is on fire, if there's a camera, Kelly, you'll be shocked at the action you took. And later they now told us that it was a kind of game. The action you took to escape from here, even though you have your PhD certificate here, it will not matter. So I think we are getting to that point, and people will be willing and ready to donate to the common pool. But like we said, the issue of management is key. Do you understand it? Because it's a test pool. It's something that will test the character of the persons that are involved. But I insist that if something went wrong, I'll be allowed to tell you that let them continue. No, I will not say so.
Chimene.
Kelly, it's obvious that there is a prima facie evidence about the characters of the opposition, particularly the NDC and ADC, but particularly NDC. Who are these characters? Somebody cited Obi Ezekwesili advising lawyers, but he was accused by allied. In fact, she resigned during her presidential campaign, and she was accused by the same party of looting. That's not what I want to say. There are a lot of unrighteous people.
No, she was accused,
2019.
she was
2019.
Yes, she
2019.
was
She was accused, but
yes.
she did it. She did it. She did it. Please, don't worry. You see, all of these things.
No
You see, when a man has presented himself to be so righteous, the person should reflect it. When you say you're a Christian, Christ-like, NDC has a candidate whom they have, himself and Kwankwaso. We had expected that this party will show. They said, free, come and take this form. What is happening now? They have brought money. The money has been mismanaged. Look, as people that have told Nigerians that their leadership will be par excellence, what is going on? If you appoint protocols, you have the power to invigilate. You have the power to supervise. You have the power to superintend each state. And that is what leadership entails. It shows that these are people, they are just people that are the same gross negligent people, that if they can't even lead, even at the minimal level, primaries, look at what is going on. I'm so ashamed. I want to stand up. I would like to excuse myself.
Yeah, okay.
This discussion. No, please allow. These are people. I don't know. Which party are you? Please. I'm a member of PDP.
I need to move on.
Now, these are the things. It's a shameful thing. Do you know why I will not say it? I have told you here that
Which faction of PDP?
I need to move on.
That's why I said Obi can lead Nigeria.
Okay.
I have said it.
Mark
my word. Anything I tell you here in the studio, it keep people will complete his tenure.
I'm up. There has to be decorum there, please. I'm up.
Tinubu will not contest 2027 election.
I'm up.
Unfortunately, the opposing parties, or those who claim to be opposing parties, are products of the same system, right? From the way they have presented themselves, and are failing to develop a counter strategy.
I don't think they need a counter strategy.
They do.
They just want to exist and share in a pool. No. It seems like it's about corporate existence, not about change.
No, Kelly. I believe my young friend Pat Utomi, Professor Pat Utomi, when he says his big tent strategy, and I disagree with him. You can't be using big tent strategy as a winning tool in a society where you need the masses are disadvantaged. You need to have a mass-based party that allows for every member to pay 1 naira and come in. That a mass-based party that begins to fight the evils in the system even before the election. In each state, in each local government, this is what we stand for. We will not allow oppression. We will not allow you to steal our money. We will not. Then you will see fundamental change. What is happening here is that they want to bring change from the top So they keep shopping for P2B, who has built an image as somebody that can be trusted, as somebody who is ethically and creatively different from the rest of the Nigerian bourgeoisie class. So it is not working. In 2023, I did tell people who were with me in the obedient movement, we've got to change what we are doing. If that was why I left. You cannot be in the obedient movement and be adopting the style of PDP and you hope to win, or APC.
Exactly.
You need to have a mass-based organization. If we started a mass-based organization, we don't need to be in political power before we start attacking for change to happen in every local government, in every ward, in every unit. In which case, the people will raise money, little money, which you don't need to spend because you are their candidate. Now you are proposing yourself to be a candidate they should adopt. That is why you need big money. But if
they push you as their candidate,
you are taken by them as their candidate, you don't need to spend. Who are you going to spend the money on?
They'll push you.
They will lift you. But you must show working from now in an organization that goes to defend that poor woman whose shade has been taken from her in the market.
So basically,
defend the Nigerian citizens who's been brutalized on the streets.
It is convenient for the status quo to remain.
Everything they are doing will only consolidate the status quo. They are playing in Bola Tinubu's court, because when it comes to big check writing, the APC people of Tinubu know how to write with, colorful pens. 800 billion, 800 trillion, they will write it.
Basically, when, for instance, there's one aspect of it I forgot at that initial stage. They said those people they collected money from, according to the allegation, were given, something was read to them, which precludes going to court, whatever. And Kelly, it will be bad because as it stands, if that is true, they go to court and say, but you signed this. That's
under duress.
No, you may claim to be under duress unless you explain it.
Can we come to the present issue? I need to open the phone.
No, I'm tying it with this present one. Okay. You know why I brought in this angle? If, for instance, they have given you, they have said, okay, after everything, you give us 20 billion or 10 billion as the case may be. And then later on, they brought out that thing. And you still read it, even though you had paid. You read the whole thing. You signed that thing against your own will. Why are you crying now? So for me, the whole thing is top to bottom. Corruption and all that. And if that is what is marks of from day one, this is the first primaries of NDC. Kelly, it has just corroborated what I always say. Politicians are the same, all of them.
0810-951-0951. Phone line open. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
Morning, sir.
Yes, thank you, all of you. Well, Kelly, to you, the anchor of this show, I hope you don't have anything against NDC in particular, and will be their presidential flag bearer.
Hello, good morning. Today 95.1.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir. Please go on.
Robin Maja, the farmer. Greetings to all the families.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, my concern is on the position of the Senate as regards Clare, who reportedly we are hearing is in a hospital in Germany. The truth of the matter is, when the head is rotten, the whole body will go sour. What is the position of the presidency as regards Mother Clare all this while? A man who headed an establishment, the federal government oil corporation, that is enmeshed with all manner of corruption, and we say we have leaders. It's unfortunate, but I know those threats are merely theory. Nothing will happen. At the end of the day, they will see on the microphone. Good morning, Robin Manja.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
for Abakiari, the former NMPC boss. Although I'm not defending it, but they should start from him, Tinubu, because the Minister of Aviation dragged him to court over the resources of the corruption in Lagos State. They should also start from the likes of the person that supported this, I think, Adam Oshimole. The former governor, his successor, I think, Governor Basuki, say there was money that was missing on that governor, Adam Oshimole. For Peter to be a pretender, because you can see one thing at the other hand, you will do another thing. They have dragged Ken Okoko to court. When Ken Okoko was his spokesperson, 2023, attacking other political parties with presidential candidates, he didn't drag it to court. What about the allegation by the Asari Kubo?
All right.
What about the one of Pandora?
Thank you. That's your time. Today 95.1. Good morning. Okay. I think we lost the call. Actually, if you can call back. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yes, Kelly, good morning.
Hello. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Nduku, and the guests in the studio. A blessed one to you and a bad one to all the bad politics. In as much as I still have so much doubt that there will be election in this country, because to me, looking at all the primaries that has been conducted, there is no credible primary that will say the Nigeria, the change we want, this kind of mago will give us that change. But when you look at this so-called assembly, National Assembly, probing and doing it, Mr. Kelly, I watched yesterday when also Oji Usokalu, their name himself, say he was probing waiting 16 billion naira. You have every right for that man to give you answer on what he say. We will get many questions. We will ask.
All right, Sam. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly.
Good morning.
Mr. Marcos from Port Harcourt. To say good morning to everybody in the studio, mostly to Star Mopu Senebo and Barrister Abdul. I call to encourage your courage. Do not allow any politician to change or buy you. We are behind you. You may not know. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Today 95.1.
Yeah, hi Kelly. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm Mufasa on the line. Hello.
We can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah, morning to your guest. Well, Kelly, I listen attentively to your guest, and the position of the national chairman or leader. I don't know the position he's holding. In the NDC, the former governor Sriate Dixon. I don't have a problem with his position. Kelly, they say desperate times calls for desperate measures. In as much as we want to have a situation where our democratic and leadership recruitment system is less commercialized, let us look at the reality we have on the ground. A system where even the INEC staffs and security operatives will wait for politicians to come and buy them refreshment and all of that. Let us look at it. And if you want to get something from a monkey, you must behave like a monkey. So we want that change. And anything we can do to acquire that change, I do not think, there's nothing wrong with that.
All right, Mufasa, that's your time.
That El Dorado, we cannot begin to look at the perfect system.
Okay. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Good morning, Kelly.
Morning.
Yes, Kelly, honestly speaking, good morning to your guests. Honestly speaking, having looked at all these politicians, it's my personal opinion. If it is possible, Kelly, I would want this administration to finish their 4 years. Step aside, let a neutral body entirely come and conduct election for us. Else, the result has already been written by the APC government. We know them, allegedly. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Bro Kelly, good morning.
Mr. Collins, please go on.
Fantastic guest. I greet all of you. I greet you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Is it from Ethiopia? We love you, sir. We love you so much. I greet you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Greeting from Joe.
We will get you, we conquer you. We love you. No matter what they do, leave it to be. They'll be like, no matter anything you want to say, we don't care. We are with you. Trust him. We know it's the Messiah. The Satan is coming back.
Okay, Collins, what are you reacting to before I move on?
Talking about what Okonkwo said now.
So stay on what Okonkwo said. If you want to campaign, this is not the time. I'm moving on.
We are not campaigning, sir. We are telling that all this propaganda, we know who sent them now. Then if you send them, we know them.
The issue of men carrier, issue of men carrier or whatever. What is the position? I said this in the association in Port Harcourt this morning. What is the position of presidency over men carry this 210 trillion naira? Because we have not heard from them. We only hear from the committee in the House, committee in the Senate, or what have you. On the issue of Obi will continue to be their nightmare. No, but there's no. I don't think when somebody say Atiku is being mentioned, this Wike is being CBK is being mentioned. There's no name since 2023 name that they mentioned the ruling party.
Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Also calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Kelly, I want to ask something. I don't know how these people that call. Whenever they call on radio, they'll be talking as if you are citing someone. I don't really like it. Is it that they don't listen from the beginning? Please, that's why I said they should stop this. You are doing your job. Thank you.
Final call. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Yeah, Kelly, I salute you on the guest. Good morning.
Good morning.
Kelly, answering your question, first of all, let me appreciate you. Do not be discouraged. I heard what you have been saying all through the morning. Don't worry. You're a good journalist. Nobody is castigating you. Eh? We are with you and we love you. Eh? Answering your questions, you were asking if parties cannot, seek for open funding so that they will not be involved in all this type of things that this thing is explaining. Political party is a game of interest. So you should sponsor the party ordinarily. You should partake in anything involving the party. Party politics is not food is ready, come and take. You must contribute. So that is why everybody needs to do what is necessary to promote the interest of the party. That's why I also say that the activity statement is not strange. Members also sponsor political parties, but that requirement is not casted. Because single individuals sometimes who are buoyant can literally do so on behalf of the party, which you also see the political AI do sometimes.
All right, that's the time. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Na Kingsley from na the great Dr. Bidima and Kiduma Pari. Na them be the correct people they come to studio, they make us the happy. Maybe people will go see through, they know to talk. I want to talk about to conquer. You see, to conquer, the only two ways I video not to ask you. Even when you send the ask you, they do like.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. K.
Welcome, sir.
Mr. Kure is on the place. Then I think we should commend Saraki Dixon on
Hello, Mr. Kure. Okay, so let's do this as a final call. Welcome, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Thank you. Finally pick. This is George calling from Oregon. I greet my brother Chimenem in the studio. Okay, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Kelly, I want to talk about Kenneth Okonkwo and the P2B. I think I am in line with that Kenneth Okonkwo. See, P2B, no matter whatever thing they like, P2B will not get one vote in Nigeria. It's a failure. But the P2B sometimes be claiming to be a righteous.
What are you reacting to, sir? What are you reacting to?
He can never pass election in Nigeria. Anything he likes, let him do what.
Let me go to X. I read some messages from traditional SMS and the rest of them. So, okay. I thought I ended that call. No, I have. Osborne Essien, the A part of your contribution, I don't know what it is. So let's go to the B part. Opposition fighting itself is a sign of political businessmen who are here to make money. As for APC, they can only win through rigging. That's your position. Thank you. Facebook, let's take those reactions from Facebook today. Just give me a moment. Chukwebe, okay, Kinswolu, you said they are comedians. Chukwebe, Kenneth is just playing a script, okay, written by, for him to play by his playmaster, okay. Matthew Jubilee, is their business. When they were enjoying together, did anyone say something against Okonkwo? If he feels betrayed by his former, it's solely up to the two of them to dig it out. Certainly, it's to the ruling party's advantage. One wonders why Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo is so bitter and has refused to move on, even though Mr. Obi is not giving him the attention. All right. Sambo Dumyal puts it this way. Oh, yes, they have lost focus. That is why they're attacking each other instead of focusing on the main issue. Kenneth Okonkwo's should prove his allegation in court. Emeka Onyago says, call it anything, Okonkwo must be brought to him. Olowu John, good morning, Kelly and the panelists. It's disappointing what is happening amongst them or between them, whichever. But whatever it may be, Kenneth Okonkwo should be made to face the law. Okay. You know, this general reaction, you can put it in the general post, this general reaction. And then when you get to opinion poll, you can zero in into the area. But, you know, social media is social media. Skillful Bureau, Nigerian government yet to pay 3.3 trillion naira per sector debt approved. All right. And the federal government led by Tinubu is yet to tell Nigerians what he is doing with the money he borrows. Kenneth Okonkwo is yet to tell Nigerians what Obi did to him that he doesn't want to allow Obi to rest. Efionginam, NNPC boss Melekari Senate. Germany get better hospital past Nigeria, Abi. This man don't ignore Senate summons 9 consecutive times, and now he's saying a medical trip to Germany. Meanwhile, the former CFO will show up saying no money is missing because NNPC total revenue for that whole period was about 54.5 trillion naira. So how 210 trillion go miss from money where never even exists? So either somebody is lying or the Nigerian accounting is on a complete different level from the rest of the world. But the real gist is, Kyari said he's willing to appear once he returns from Germany 9 times later. Okay. Oyema Sylvester Kanayo, good morning everyone in the studio. Edo State government shutting down schools. I thought the governor said the abductions were staged to distract President Tinubu's re-election bid. Said so. Kufre Okore, ordering the arrest of the former NNPCL boss ordinarily would have been a cherry news, but such men are untouchable in Nigeria. Army to Prince, you're looking for campaign funds. Okonkwo reacts to Obi. Okonkwo should go and react in court, not in social media. Well, it was first. So his reaction may have been an apology, but he's not apologizing. So his reaction is, say, 7 days. He reacted in less than 24 hours. Dr. Mrs. Sima Lebara from Owerri, some of our leaders start well, midway, get drunk, empower, and so on and so forth. Madam, I think you can state these things here, no problem, but it's not part of our brief, so I won't take it. Let's move on. I think that's for Facebook and X. I want to play your voice messages now. So I'm looking at this one. You drop the first one by 8. You drop the second one by 11:15. You drop another one by 10:19. If as you're dropping and I'll miss it, you say, Kelly decided not to read my message. Oh, boy, you go talk tire. You go talk tire. Okay, so this should be the first. Okay, did you send it twice? This one. The opposition is compromised. How can you be working for Wike and say the president is not doing well? Wike is using the opposition to fight against themselves for his personal gains. They are just looking for a stooge to plant as minority leader, so opposition will have no voice. May God help us. Super Harry, that's your name. Thank you. All right, we need to play the voice messages here. Let me begin with this one because you sent it earlier. Otherwise, I will just skip on. So let's go.
Good morning, Kelly. Okonkwo versus Kenneth Okonkwo fighting Peter Obi is not opposition fighting opposition. It's simply an APC apologist or mole fighting the opposition. The whole world can see the signs of a Daniel Bwala playing out. All that Okonkwo is doing is aiming for acceptance and integration and payment, reward from APC. Very soon, you will see him singing APC tunes and dancing to APC tunes like Daniel Bwala. My name is Chooks from Port Harcourt.
Mr. Kelly, my name is Akbos. About the rift between Peter Obi and his Kenneth Okonkwo, his former spokesperson, and extensively to even all other opposition parties. For me, I think it's a time of test, especially for Peter Obi, who has never been tested and proven. He just had this emergency popularity. There must be a time for test. People will know. You understand? Tinubu has gone through his time of test. Remember, he's not a politician of today. He has seen his downs and his ups. Obi just came up with the up, and maybe he thinks it's El Dorado, but he will be tested. And before 2027, people will know his true character. It's not to come and say, oh, you'll be the Messiah without anything to show in the past. No, you'll be tested, and people will know your true color. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Good morning, guys in the studio. My name is Ezekiel. Mr. Kelly, on the question I asked, the opposition parties fighting themselves. Yeah, they don't know that what they are doing is just they are clearing the path for Tinubu instead of closing, blocking everywhere, defending all the backs. They are there opening way for them. That's what they don't know. And they are doing it because they are not going there for the masses or for the betterment of the country. They are going there for their own purpose to bear the name president, former president. That's what they are fighting to kill themselves. If you look at Atiku, as old as he is, he's still going to look for power. And before old people were looking forward to retirement. This one, they are looking forward to re-enlist into the system. I don't know what is going on. Kenneth to go and wash his hands, relax. He's full of bitterness. He's going to relax.
Good morning, sir. I want to talk about is that man okay? Is he okay? How can he just come out every time talking? This same person condemning Obi today. Thank God social media doesn't forget. Social media will bring out for you where he was praising Obi, where he was telling you Obi. He doesn't know what he's doing. What he's doing now is trying to show every other party that this man is not a good person. Because when you welcome him into your party, any moment or anything goes wrong, he will go out to talk. He doesn't talk like a man. Does he think he's in Nollywood? Does he think he's in Nollywood? From a barrister to a pastor.
Good morning, Sakali. Bishop Dukwe, and I respect you guys. I want to commend the Nigerian Police Force, FCT Command, for their hard work.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the Big Bro City House. My name is Tony Chinoso from Port Harcourt. Since the fall of Adam and Eve, there have not been a perfect world, perfect organization, perfect country. Even United States of America is not even perfect. Russia and other superpowers of the world, there are still insecurity in their countries. And the same with NDC as a party. There are barely 5 months. And the people expect them to be super perfect party. I concur with Dixon, 100%. Whatever that has been promised, whatever has been said, yes, they are not yet there yet. I concur with him 100%, and I see this party going to places and even possibly taking over the country as the ruling party.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Udokwe, and every guest in the studio. My name is Bishop Austin Udoye, chatting from Roma Hollow in Port Harcourt. Kelly, like the Senate Committee on Southeast Development Commission, as they were advised, I think that is the right way to go. When the people come to be in the forefront of everything, it makes development go round everywhere. You're budgeting for things that are invisible and unrealistic things. It can't work. Let them look at the grassroots, the primary, secondary school, health centers, and the rest. This is what the people need. God bless you all. And lastly, Mr. Kelly, please, I played with Today FM to see how to manage the news at times. Sometimes when the news is going on, and part will cut it off, and the news is never completed afterwards. Please, I am an ardent listener of Today FM. So please, I always want to listen to news, especially when I hear that that is your sound for news. Please, let's see how to make it so that we get the news in full. Thank you very much. I remain blessed.
Hello, good morning, and good morning, your guests. I greet all of you. I don't know the kind of senator we have in Nigeria. They don't know the English of points of order. If you're in a meeting or in a forum, and they see points of order, they started argument. I started asking the session of what point of order. I don't know where point of order have a session in law. Please tell us, and let the senators tell us where point of order have a session in law when you're in a meeting and somebody call you to order. I don't think this is our senator went to school at all. Let them go to school and learn different how they do things in public places. Thank you. And the issue.
We have to go. I'm just looking at it, 11:28. I thought it was 11:24 minutes ago. What did you name? Legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage South Zone, a temple chief and a voice for Para people. He left already. Thank you, sir. Makitana Adubabari Esquire, solicitor, advocate, as well as notary public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, social political analyst, mentorship coach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Nigerians, keep your head up.
Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst, senior lecturer, international diplomacy, Rivers State University. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. We'll get it right.
I'm up with the voice of Ray Brown, managing consultant, CEO, Green Consulting. Thank you, Amapu Sanebo.
My fellow Nigerians, let's be convinced that the philosophy to reject oppression and imposed poverty is the right one to save Nigeria.
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwa, in-house analyst. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria.
That's our show, Hola.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
lot of talk radio?
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
Well, another Thursday to talk entertainment on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chima. Good morning.
And my name is Anastasia Benjamin.
Anastasia, you're smiling.
Because I don't know, I feel happy.
Okay.
I like Thursdays.
Okay. You like what's special about Thursday?
I don't know, just like feel good today. That's just it.
Close to the weekend? Is it the
Maybe.
weekend vibe?
It could be the vibe.
Okay. Do I like Thursdays? Okay. Ooh, I'll think about that. Meanwhile, yesterday was the service of songs for Alex Ikubo. I think after yesterday, just a few days. Well, it's the funeral tomorrow, Saturday or so. And it was an event that was attended by a number of celebrities. A number of them. The hall was full. Everyone wearing white.
I feel like you're talking as if you're in the service. Your voice is not getting so emotional.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Alex here. Right. I'm sorry that we have to start this way, but then that's what it is, right? Life reminds us that it's fickle, right? Moments are fleeting. Happiness is free. They say that a lot of times. So what funerals, service of songs, people's passing remind us of is just make life worth it when you can.
But I don't think that should be the
happy.
message.
Yes,
that should be preached. Like, I think we should just respect the dead. I know a lot of people were saying that Pastor Jerry was just, telling people this is the time for you to make it straight with God. Why can't Christian burials just be about the person and not the whole trying to tell another person what to do? It's like that's the moment for that conversation. And I don't quite agree with that, but I feel like when people die, you should just be about them. Say the things you ought to say. You shouldn't make it a general statement. Like, it puts fear.
You have a point, but reflection doesn't have boundaries, and when people introspect, experiences make people paint pictures, a lot of pictures, right? And then they begin to think through a number of things. There's this solemnity that comes with someone passing and begins to think, but that's quite some point. But then we had a number of people eulogize the late actor. This was Nancy Nsime's eulogy.
Alex had bad mouth. Promise me if I tell you his nickname for me, you're not going to use it outside here. He used to call me Old 20 Naira. The oldest. Even when I started to make money and look new, say, no, you are still Old 20 Naira. And that's Alex. He would make everybody laugh. Even when he was just sitting there, he's just sitting down, looking nice. So once you put a camera on his face, you must make sure he yabs you. And you can never out-yab Alex. Never. If you win him one day, pray you're not on set with him the next day. Because as you are landing from your car, he's finishing you. He must win you. He had the biggest heart. He loved to give. Even if the only thing he could give you is the meat in his food. He'll give it to you. And then he will jab you for eating that meat.
All right, that was Nancy Sime eulogizing the actor. I mean, quite some fun things that she said about him, and that's like what a lot of people have been saying, his heart and how kind he is. But away from that, when the pastor spoke, he did mention the name of his wife, which some people have taken note of.
And in his own infinite way, the spirit of Alex will live forever. In the name of Jesus Christ. My beloved daughter, his wife, Anwuli, you've been strong. You've been very strong.
So we're talking about his Anwuli. You know, she's been off the public eye. Nobody knew who. I mean, public. Because I'm sure family knows who's married to.
But I feel like that's like. How do you choose that kind of lifestyle where you don't just want to be basically like a ghost? Nobody's gonna know you. But I think Nigerians are going to dig it out, because I'm already seeing news like the face is out.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, they would. She had a face mask on, had glasses on, so people wouldn't recognize her. But the name Anguli already will make some people start digging, and they will find something. But I hope they don't do it disrespectfully. I mean, just expose her face.
Is there any way that they can do it respectfully?
Just expose her face, and this is Alex Ekubo's wife, and everybody sees her. So, all right. That's it. But let's see what's happening on the foreign scene, beginning with the news. The Metropolitan Police have confirmed the arrest of 3 people in connection with the fatal stabbing of British-Nigerian singer and songwriter Tally Riley, whose death has shocked the music industry and sparked a murder investigation in London. Riley, whose real name was Mark Orabi, was found with stab wounds on Friday, June 5, after police responded to reports of an incident in Silvertown, East London. According to the Metropolitan Police officers arrived alongside the London Ambulance Service and discovered the 35-year-old musician critically injured in the garden of a property on a road. Despite efforts by paramedics, he was pronounced dead at the scene. In the latest update, police said 3 suspects were arrested on suspicion of murder shortly after the incident. A 27-year-old man has since been released on bail pending further inquiries, while a 24-year-old man and a 25-year-old woman were released with no further action following questioning. Investigators stressed that inquiries remain ongoing. Police also revealed that a second victim, a man in his 20s, suffered multiple stab wounds during the incident and was taken to the hospital. His injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. Detective Chief Inspector Joanna York, who is leading the investigation, described the killing as tragic and appealed for information from members of the public. This is a tragic incident, and my thoughts remain with Mark's family and loved ones. Our investigations continue apace. I would like to appeal for anyone who was in the area at the time of this incident to speak to the police. She added that detectives are particularly interested in obtaining CCTV, dash cam, or other footage that could help establish the circumstances surrounding the attack. In the tribute released to the police, Riley's family described him as a beloved son, brother, uncle, friend whose life touched countless people. Well, in Nigeria, where Nigerian media personality Ike Osaki-Oduwa has explained why he did not host the 12th edition of the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, AMVCA, marking the first time he has stepped away from the role since the awards began in 2013. Speaking on the Morayo show, Ike clarified that his absence was not due to any disagreement with Africa Magic, but rather a decision guided by his personal convictions and belief. This year, I wasn't destined to host this year. I strongly believe in where God has sent you to be, and at the time they sent you to be, he said. The veteran broadcaster maintained that his relationship with Africa Magic remains strong. Africa Magic will always be my first love when it comes to media. At least with TV, we are in love with each other. They love me and I love them, so there was no problem there. Ike revealed that his decision was influenced by his stance on brand endorsements, noting that he does not associate with alcohol or tobacco related brands, which were among the sponsors of the 2026 edition of the awards.
That's very impressive. Like, I like when people can still, make that decision of like, no, I don't want to do this thing, even if they like the money, the pay and everything. That's really impressive.
Yes, he had put out, he had an interview early this year where he spoke, it was with Chude. He spoke to Chude saying that there are some commercials that he doesn't get part of because of his ideals and values he would not associate. And then people were questioning, I mean, when Bovi and the South African actress, what's her name, I can't remember now, when they were on unveiled for the host of AMVCS this year. Everyone's questioning, where's Ike? And Ike, he comes to explain now. I mean, I'm sure they have an explanation for it. But some people were questioning, I mean, does it take away professionalism? Right? The fact that you have to do what you want to do the job and just go, you're not involved, you're not taking alcohol, you're not taking tobacco. Does it take away being professional and then just standing for what you believe?
It's in hierarchy of what you believe. You know, some people place faith before professionalism.
Yeah.
So in a case where somebody's faith is like very important, the person will go with the faith-based kind of stuff. So yeah.
All right. Well, Afrobeat star Oyinka Sola Aderibigbe, popularly known as Ira Star, has received a UK Silver certification for her 2021 single Bloody Samaritan. The British phonographic industry awarded the certification for the track, which features on her debut album 19 and Dangerous, released on the Maven Records. Ira Star joined a growing list of Nigerian artists like UK Silver certifications. Burna Boy and Ashake earned the status for projects including African Giant, Twice as Tall, Damini, Work of Art, and the single Lonely at the top. Wizkid received UK Silver certification for Made in Lagos, while Davido achieved it for Timeless. Other Nigerian acts with UK Silver certifications include Thames for Born in the Wild, Omale for Boy Alone, Rema for Rave and Roses, and CK for Single Love Wanted. The certification reflects the continued global reach and commercial performance of Nigerian music in international markets. Congratulations.
Well, this sounds like, what's the certificate for? Just what? Is that the Grammy they're supposed to be giving us?
She'll get there. She'll get there. She'll get to the Grammys. Well, Nigerian singer Daniel Benson has claimed that Lagos is more expensive than United States. The singer, who revealed that he has relocated to the US, said aside from paying bills, there are no hoodlums or street beggars demanding money from people in the US, unlike Lagos. Well, speaking during a recent live stream on TikTok, Benson said, I was telling someone since I got to the United States, nobody has asked me to give them money. And people are also suffering here. Lagos is super expensive. It's more expensive than Los Angeles. Aside from housing, every other thing is in LA is not expensive. For instance, I'm paying $12,000 monthly for my rent. Here, you just pay your rent and you're good. Lagos, more expensive. It depends on
I think Lagosians like the fact that Lagos is just expensive. I understand. They just like the fact that Lagos is expensive. So it helps them be classist or whatever. So they just like that fact. So it's not like they intentionally want it to be that way.
It also depends on who's doing the spending, right? Because Lagos may demand like the day-to-day.
I mean, there are poor people in Lagos. Which one is depends on who is in the spending.
That's what I'm saying. We're talking of a Benson who's saying Lagos is more expensive.
Because it's part of the classist. I'm telling people that wants to make you feel like Lagos is just Lagos. You don't get what I'm saying.
You don't think that there's really that stark difference where you know that he mentioned that I pay my rent, and after I pay my rent, I mean,
he's trying to say I'm part of the people that can actually afford that expensive rent in Lagos.
Okay,
that's what he's trying to say.
You don't think he's just trying to say we can do better?
No, because he's not. Because he's comparing to tell you that when he was in Nigeria, that look at this is what he was paying. You could afford it. He's trying to tell you I don't even know, his state or whatever. That's what he's trying to say right now. So going to LA, he's trying to tell you, okay, look at what I'm paying now in LA. It's not really as what I was paying in Lagos.
Okay.
So you understand.
Because according to reports, right, and research, Los Angeles has notoriously high rent, right, and property purchase prices, while like the ultra luxury real estate in elite areas of Lagos, such as the Ikoyi, Banana Island, rivals global rates. Then you talk of daily expenses and utilities, where groceries, dining, transportation, and healthcare are substantially more expensive in Los Angeles. Then daily life in Lagos can carry like heavier informal financial burdens, right, where residents, especially those who are successful or in the public eye, often face continuous financial demands from neighborhood networks, streets, and extended family. I mean, that's like also the perspective that people are looking at. Electricity, for instance, and all.
What I know is like there are still poor people in Lagos and they are living fine. So anybody that comes to tell you Lagos is expensive, chose a particular type of life, and they shouldn't even complain because
it depends on the person speaking.
Exactly.
Singer and half of the defunct P Square duo Peter Okoye, popularly known as Mr. P, has said celebrities alone don't have the capacity to save Nigeria. He stated this while reacting to the incessant calls for celebrities to speak against bad governance, insecurity, and economic hardship in the country. While speaking in a recent interview with Wazobia FM Lagos, Mr. P explained that he would take the efforts of all Nigerians to bring positive change to the nation. I apologize for saying I won't concern myself with Nigeria's challenges anymore. I may have security agencies guiding me, but not everyone can afford it. This is our country. It is only us who can bring positive changes. However, celebrities alone can't save Nigeria. All those clamoring for celebrities to speak up against bad governance should redirect their energy. It is not a matter of celebrities. This government has failed us all, but together we can bring the desired change, he stated. Did people ever think celebrities alone?
That's why I'm even finding that statement kind of like, why is he speaking up? Like, we are saying people should lend your voice, right? But we are not saying you're going to change the world or something. Now he's defending the fact that like they should just be there. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. He's trying to defend that they should not speak up.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he's trying to say.
He's saying they cannot do
because he's saying we
alone.
cannot fix. Nobody's saying you should fix the country. We are just saying lend your voice to these things. And if you don't want to lend your voice, then keep quiet. And I'm not even sure he has said anything since this whole thing started. I'm not sure we've read any of his whatever. But right now he's saying that they should not. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Talking about celebrities, popular Nollywood actress and filmmaker Ruth Kadiri on Wednesday expressed concern over the rise in the cost of living in Nigeria, lamenting the basic feeding has become an agonizing luxury for the average citizen. In a video shared via her official Instagram page, the movie producer opened up about her frustrations, stating that the current economic reality is taking a heavy psychological toll on families across the country. Kadiri pointed out the disparity between the current cost of market commodities and the monthly earnings of average Nigerians, stressing that basic ingredients alone now wipe out significant portions of disposable income. She said, as a human being, I am not known for complaining, but you see, the past couple of days have been so troubling for me, because if someone like me can start to feel the brunt of the heaviness of being a human being, I wonder what other people are going through. The cost of tomatoes is now so high. Like, somebody will use 5,000 naira to buy pepper and tomato, like 5,000 naira. Why someone else out there is probably earning 25, 30, 40, 50,000 naira, but you're only using 5,000 naira to buy tomatoes and peppers. A basket of tomatoes, we don't even want to say that. You know, the cost of feeding, which is basic in Nigeria, is now so high. The actress went ahead to analyze how extreme economic pressures alters human behavior and deteriorates mental well-being, warning that prolonged hardship risks turning citizens against one another as displaced frustration is frequently taking out on innocent relatives. I don't know if they want us to turn against ourselves, Kadiri continued, because people who are not sensitive will start looking at ourselves as the enemies. Poverty, what poverty does to people's mind is like cancer to the mind, to the brain. It eats it away. I woke up this morning, I'm sober, and I just feel sad for people out there who do not know.
What does she mean by people like me? People like me, like she's trying to say people like her can afford it. I don't like that kind of thing. Like,
you don't like when people
I don't know. This is still the classist thing I'm trying to tell you right now. People like me, if people like me can, you understand? So that means there are people like, you can make that statement without actually pulling down whatever. I think in Nigeria we just hate poor people. So anytime we make something, we just have to like find a way to like punish the poor. Because I see no reason why that all of that, and then people like you using this.
I mean, the president will welcome out to say people like me cannot afford.
You get what I'm trying to say?
The president wouldn't say people like me.
Exactly. You would put yourself in that box of poor people.
Or maybe governors in Nigeria will not come and say people like me. Why are they not saying it? Maybe because they actually have the money.
Exactly.
Are you saying that Ruth Kadiri cannot be people like me? She doesn't have the money. She has some money.
What she wrote was people like me can afford. Now imagine that was the statement I had a problem with.
Yeah. But then, I mean, you don't think so? This makes her voice loud enough to talk about.
It reduces the essence of the information she was trying to.
Cost of living.
No, whatever she's trying to say.
What would have been the most appropriate way for her to say?
She would have put everybody in the same shoe. Okay. It's hard. The country is hard for everyone. There's no people like me. You understand? It's just like, he's trying to say like, okay, there are classes to this thing. So if I can afford this, there's somebody who can't even afford this. That statement doesn't even sit right.
The classism conversation. All right, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. What do you think about what Ruth Kadiri said? I mean, she gave all those analysis. She's also a woman who goes to the market, I guess, or maybe she has people who run those errands for her. But she kind of like knows those prices. Tomatoes, 5,000, pepper, this. If you're earning 25k and you have to buy tomatoes and pepper for 5,000 naira to make a pot of stew, then you have 20,000 naira balance. Okay, I think you still need to buy vegetable oil, you need to buy protein, you need to buy rice, you need to buy all of this. And she says, people like me, I mean, like a celebrity, it's hard, and I'm wondering about how many of those people who are living in multi-dimensional poverty, as it's recorded, how they are coping. What are your thoughts about this? Or send a text message to 0701-933-9962. Or you think celebrities should not talk about things like this? Just keep calm. Or have a way to talk about it. Right, let's get your thoughts. It's Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us. Davido wears names of 39 abducted Oyo students and 7 teachers during World Cup performance in LA, demands their return. Who was the designer? All right, so I'm trying to get a video where he was saying something.
What we doing, Holly? What we doing? You know what I mean, people? You know what I mean? The social issues is going on in Nigeria right now. All the kids that's abducted. These are the names. The kids and the teachers, and the ones that read are the ones that lost their lives. You know what I mean? May they so rest in peace. You know what I mean? Bring them back home. You know what I mean? Let me see the back again, boss. You know what I mean? Crazy. Bring them home.
Peace.
Pray for peace in
Love
Nigeria.
everywhere. May God be with the families of the abducted and the ones that have been killed. It's just a very
There's obviously someone who comes up with these ideas, right? In a team, right? I'm like David. I'm sure he has.
I don't know how I
someone
feel
who-
about that. I feel indifferent. Like, why is he doing it? But then I like Davido, so I mean, it's fine. What can I say? But yeah.
Oh goodness, I feel tempted to play this. Can we do this? All right, this is Ike Obon. I knew he was the best friend to Alex Ekubo, eulogizing the actor.
What will Alex do? First thing he will say is, oh, boy, with our stupid glasses. So, it's off. I never thought the day would, normally when we go for events and things, I would always push him to go and talk because I never liked to address the audience. And I had to pen down a few things here. It took me 3 years. Of Alex convincing me to start using my notes. So this is the notes. And I will just read out a few things I penned down here.
Okay. All right. Everything's all white. I mean, wow, this is hot gist now, right? Hot gist from the pots. Maybe gossip, call it that. There are rumors that actress Bimbo Ademoye and Timini Ebusong may be in a relationship. So she put out a birthday message. So people are shaking their heads. I don't understand. It's gist now. It's gossip, right? She put out, it was his birthday, and she put out these lovely notes, put a song, put videos of them together. And
but you make it feel like a better place. You see the best in me when others only see the pain. I could be all up in my head, but you know just what to say. You know just what to say. Through highs and lows, you never let go. All that I want is all that you are to me. You hold my hand and you.
I mean, sometimes people don't need to say too much.
I feel like this thing is not giving at all. So it's giving friendship vibes. Like they're friends. I can't start saying
should
them.
Should I rewatch?
No, I mean them. Like both of them together. Okay. I'm not seeing that relationship vibe because they've always been like friends.
Good friends. I mean, friends could turn to lovers. It happens.
I mean,
thankful for this human right here. Thankful for the grace of God over your life. May that grace continue to surround you all the days of your life. May you find mercy in the sight of God and the sight of man. May your name be mentioned in rooms filled with opportunities, and may every stumbling block trying to block your blessings be taken out of the way by the power of the Holy Ghost. Happy birthday, my guy. Nobody really understands what we share. I think it's perfect that way. I got you for life, forever, and a day after that. Happy birthday, baby T.
It's not giving relationship. Like how's the rumor coming from?
I don't know. I feel like your heart is hard. Your heart is hard.
No, if you write that feeling for me, I'm not even going to start thinking that anything is happening.
Let's go. So I don't cancel.
Okay, someone say, good morning. I just don't like that celebs who have been favored by the Nigerian society seem to want to escape when it's time to give back. I know it's not easy, but stating his relocation publicly and attributing it to begging is like shooting himself in the foot, indicating that he doesn't sympathize with the Nigerian situation, like he's running away from responsibility, talking about Benson. I am applause.
All right, we have to go. I'm Queen Shima.
And I am Anastasia Benjamin.
Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio today at 95.1 FM. I am Dawn Wilson. Today in the headlines. House of Representatives releases Constitution Amendment bills to vote on state police creation today. Nigerians evacuated from South Africa arrive Lagos Airport. People of Finima in Bonny local government area calls on President Bola Tinubu to urgently look into the issue of permanent resettlement of residents. On the foreign scene, young riders join Ebola awareness drive in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Details in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now the news in detail. The House of Representatives has released the final print of the Constitution alteration bills seeking to provide a constitutional framework for the establishment of state police, among others, scheduled for consideration and voting during today's plenary. The development, according to them, marks a significant milestone in the ongoing review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. A statement signed by spokesman House of Representatives Akintunde Rotimi noted that the bills represent the culmination of several months of rigorous legislative work undertaken by the House Committee on Constitution Review. Following the receipt and consideration of numerous constitution amendment proposals from lawmakers, government institutions, professional bodies, civil society organizations, traditional institutions, and citizens across the country, the review process involved extensive stakeholder engagement through zonal and national public hearings, consultative meetings, expert sessions, and town hall engagements held across the 6 geopolitical zones, ensuring broad-based citizen participation and input. The Constitution alteration bills span critical thematic areas including electoral reforms, judicial reforms, security and policing, local government administration, inclusive governance and citizenship, legislator devolution of powers, human rights, fiscal reforms, strengthening of institutions, traditional institutions, and creation of states and local governments. Of particular priority is the Constitution alteration bill seeking to provide a constitutional framework for the establishment of state police. The proposal has emerged as one of the most extensively debated reform initiatives in the current review cycle, attracting widespread public interest and stakeholder engagement across the Federation. The bill seeks to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture by creating an additional layer of policing while providing constitutional safeguards, clearly defined operational frameworks, oversight mechanisms, and delineation of powers between federal and state policing authorities. According to the statement, its consideration reflects the growing national consensus on the need for innovative and locally responsive approaches to addressing contemporary security challenges. Commenting on the development, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and Chairman of the House Committee on Constitution Review, Benjamin Kalu, described the release of the final print as a defining moment in the House's commitment to delivering a more responsive and effective constitutional framework for Nigeria. The executive chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has said that some governorship aspirants in Nigeria spent between 20 billion naira and 30 billion naira to secure electoral victory during the last primary elections. Olukoyede warned that the trend poses a serious threat to democratic governance and fuels corruption in public office. While delivering the inaugural high-level guest speakers series organized by the Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ilorin, the EFCC boss said that huge financial resources deployed during elections often compel elected officials to divert public funds after assuming office in a bid to recover their investments. He spoke on the theme de-risking and mobilizing critical stakeholders for peaceful and credible 2027 elections in Nigeria. According to him, the huge financial outlay required to win elections often creates pressure on public office holders to divert public funds after assuming office, citing an example of what it requires to win a governorship election. Olukoyede noted the EFCC remains committed to tackling vote buying and other forms of financial inducement capable of undermining the integrity of Nigeria's electoral process. According to him, the anti-graft agency had made several arrests across the country over vote buying and related electoral offences, with several convictions already secured. He noted that those prosecuted include politicians, electoral officials, and ordinary citizens found culpable of electoral misconduct. The EFCC chairman warned that impunity in the electoral process could undermine democracy and national stability, stressing that there must be no sacred cows in enforcing electoral laws. He also disclosed that the Commission's plan to deploy drones and other technological tools to strengthen election monitoring ahead of the 2027 general elections, particularly in tracking, vote buying and financial inducements at polling units. Olukoyede called on political parties and their supporters to embrace issue-based campaigns and reject inflammatory rhetoric that could incite violence. The first batch of Nigerians repatriated from South Africa following recent xenophobic attacks have arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. The returnees were transported aboard an Air Peace flight which departed O.R. Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg on Wednesday night and arrived early hours of today. Security agencies, National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, FAAN officials are on ground for thorough documentation and profiling procedures of evacuated Nigerians. The aircraft's landing followed hours of waiting by security personnel and other border management officials who kept vigil at the airport. Scores of personnel had thronged the airport's airside to witness the arrival of Nigerians who continue to recount their ordeal in South Africa. It is disclosed that federal government had fully funded the repatriation exercise and also put in place the necessary reception and support arrangements for the returnees. The returnees will also receive the appropriate assistance and support before being reunited with their families. The repatriation exercise follows concerns over attacks targeting foreign nationals in parts of South Africa, prompting Nigerian authorities to facilitate the voluntary return of affected citizens. The General Officer Commanding 6th Division Nigerian Army, Major General Emmanuel Emeka, has reaffirmed that sound administration and personnel welfare remain key pillars of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu's command philosophy. Major General Emeka, who doubles as the Land Component Commander, Joint Task Force South-South Operation Delta Safe, stated this during the commissioning of a newly renovated 10 corporals below quarters and a Heroes Memorial Stand at the headquarters, 29 Battalion Nigerian Army. In a statement by the Acting Deputy Director, 6th Division Nigerian Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Umar Adam, the GOC 6th Division commended the Commanding Officer, 29 Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Irenam Otogo, for prioritizing the welfare of troops through infrastructural development. He noted that decent accommodation and improved living conditions contribute significantly to the morale, efficiency, and operational effectiveness of personnel. Earlier in his welcome address, Lieutenant Colonel Irenam Otogo averred that the renovation was carried out in line with the mission of 6th Division and the Nigerian Army's commitment to improving troops' welfare. He added that the project was aimed at providing a more conducive living environment for personnel and urged beneficiaries to maintain the facility to ensure its longevity. Today FM correspondent reports the GOC also commissioned the Heroes Memorial Stand at the battalion headquarters, describing it as a fitting and enduring tribute to officers and soldiers of the battalion who paid the supreme sacrifice in the course of defending the nation and discharging their constitutional duties in various theaters of operation. He noted that the memorial was established in compliance with the directive from the Army headquarters, which mandates units and formations to erect memorial stands and honor of fallen heroes whose sacrifices continue to inspire serving personnel. Furthermore, Major General Emeka stated that both projects reflected the battalion's commitment to enhancing troop welfare while preserving its history, heritage, and cherished traditions. He encouraged commanders at all levels to sustain initiatives that improve the welfare, well-being of personnel and strengthen unit cohesion, morale, and fighting spirit. The Amadabo of Finima in Boni local government area of Rivers State, His Royal Highness Aseme Alabo Dagogo Lambert Brown, Congo the 17th, has called on President Bola Tinubu to urgently look into the issue of permanent resettlement of Finima people and other issues associated with their means of livelihood and survival. Speaking in commemoration of the June 10 of the 2021 attack on Finima residents by neighboring communities during a protest against neglect and abandonment by the NLNG, the monarch stated that the people have suffered untold hardship. Aseme Alabo Lambert Brown, who is also the chief and head of Boye Omuso Brown Major House, stressed that June 10 has become a permanent memorial for present and future generations of Finima people. Let's listen into that.
A time to remember the devastated natural ecosystem of a community setting that is yet to be restored. A time to remember the IDPs, internally displaced persons, that are still lingering. Finima people paying rent in Finima because they are not accommodated as a result of the involuntary resettlement. The huge sacrifice that Finima community has done for LNG to come in place for the economic well-being of the nation. The resettlement project has been abandoned by NLNG. They have what is called the legacy list. And there are a lot of outstanding in the legacy list, cottage industry, independent power. We are promised that they will be directly connected to the agreement, which we know that is not sustainable. And so, but as a community, we can be supported as a community to generate power.
Amadabo of Finima insisted that the occasion serves as a reminder of the community's lost natural ecosystem, the unresolved challenges arising from involuntary resettlement, and the plight of many residents who remain displaced years after surrendering their ancestral homeland.
It is totally wrong. We know what step to take, even at the international environment, on what we need. We know our right. But we are still expecting that LNG will do due diligence to call us as things went really away. When they didn't even recognize us as Swiss community. That's part of the key issue why we went to court. And today we have court judgment saying Finima is the host community to LNG by reason of the NCDMB law and the PIA. The law says where the facility of oil and gas is in the host community.
Also speaking at the event, Bara Kabaka Brown, who is a member of the Finima Capacity Development Committee, FCDC, and Wari Senibo Ibewari Prince Brown, recounted what led to the attack and why they will continue to make their legitimate demands.
So for us, what we're fighting for were not things that are privileges. They are things that are our right. So we were going to NLNG to ask for what has been statutorily provided for us in the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Employ our people, make contracts available for our people, come and talk to our community, build our capacity. These are the things we were going for. But it was so surprising that people we refer to as our brothers could come out with machetes, knives, destroyed properties, injured a lot of persons. So for us in Finima, on an annual basis, we tend to remember this day because it was a very sad one.
When we are doing something in our village or demanding for our rights, I expected that they could have joined us in solidarity, rather than coming to attack us and then inflict some degree of injuries on us.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. Two students of Odonha Community Secondary School in Emoha local government area of Rivers State and two motorcycle riders, popularly called Okada, have lost their lives in the hands of a petrol tanker driver on the Choba Bridge along East-West Road. The two school children, who were candidates of West Africa Examination Council (WAEC), were reported to have finished their examination for the day and boarded the Okada before they were crushed on their way returning from examination alongside the Okada riders. According to eyewitness account, the drivers could not control his speed following the evening rain, leading to the crushing of the travelers. Passerby and men of Nigerian police gathered in the area as they monitored the tanker drivers assemble the remains of the victims. In another development, the two young ladies have been apprehended by residents of Rupoko community in Ubiakbo local government area of Rivers State for allegedly attempting to kidnap a 6-month-old baby in the area. The two women are reported to have entered the apartment where two minors were playing without the presence of their parents According to the account of the mother of the baby, she had left the home to get food in a nearby shop when the younger child ran to her to inform her of the presence of two ladies who entered the apartment. She said at first she undermined the report of the little child until when she got home to meet the absence of her little baby, resulting in her raising alarm, which drew the attention of residents who assisted in the search of the criminals. With the help of community people who quickly mobilized, they intercepted the suspects before they could leave with the child, and the baby was rescued safely while the two women were apprehended. The incident sparked concern among residents with calls for a thorough investigation by security agencies. On the foreign scene, dozens of motorcycle taxi drivers and taxi drivers have joined health officials in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo to spread Ebola awareness amid rising infections and persistent misinformation. The campaign aims to rebuild trust, encourage prevention, and counter skepticism around this deadly outbreak. Wearing white Stop Ebola t-shirts and carrying public health messages, dozens of motorcycle taxi drivers rode through the streets of Bunia and Wampara as part of an awareness caravan organized with the World Health Organization. The initiative comes as authorities intensify efforts to contain an Ebola outbreak that has already claimed more than 115 lives and infected nearly 600 people.
Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onitsha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onitsha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Originality is our name.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
The voice of the people.
From the BBC World Service, I'm Myra Anubi, and this is People Fixing the World. Think of me as a curious, persistent kid who's always asking a lot of questions. Only all of my questions are about the positive things happening in our world.
For the in-person monthly hangouts that we organize, we call it the community hangouts. It's really about building that community and for people to make friends and keep in touch in between. And that's what we want, those friendships, because those can be tremendous sources of support for people with ADHD.
Today, we'll start here in the UK, go by Singapore, and then stop in Australia as we find out about ways to make life easier for people living with ADHD. Let's start today's program with a quick breakdown of what ADHD is, because as we'll hear later on, if more people understand what it is, the more we can all be part of the solution. ADHD stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. It's a condition that affects how people focus, manage their energy, and control impulses. There is medication that can help individuals to cope with their symptoms, but navigating everyday life can still be really hard. However, there is some good news. Awareness is growing, and with it, support as well. But what does it mean to support people who have this condition? Well, let's find out. Okay, so I've made my way outside the studio to the main office space. And to where the People Fixing the World team works. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello. And I've specifically come to Alex. Now, you might hear some sound in the background. This is where the magic happens. I am kind of lurking behind Alex, who's standing at his desk that has, what are these, 3 screens, which we'll get to a bit later on. Now, I haven't just come here because I think Alex is a cool guy to work with. It's also because we're talking about ADHD today, and Alex, you have ADHD.
I do. I was diagnosed with the condition 4 years ago, and really it affects every aspect of my life, from planning to organising. So there are times in the morning where I have my morning checklist, and if I don't use that, I might forget to do things like brush my teeth, etc., etc. But for me, the struggle wasn't just with the tasks itself during work. It was the anxiety that no one around the office understood why certain things were hard. I was masking all the time, trying to look like I had everything put together.
Let's talk about that. How much harder is it for you to do your work?
I think it's really hard, especially because so much of my job is based on the internet. And as you can see on my screen, I've got so many tabs open, and that's a big problem for people with ADHD. But I felt I really wanted to do something about it. So it was a bit extreme maybe, but I ended up giving a talk to all my colleagues in my department about ADHD, just so I felt like I didn't have to sort of mask anymore about the condition.
And what are some of the things that you need, like these many screens we're looking at, to make your job easier?
Yeah, like I have 3 screens, which just helps me be able to put as much information as possible in front of me without having to click between 2 screens. That makes it easier. I also have a standing desk. I just like to be able to vary sitting up, standing down, because I've got a lot of energy. Also, what's important to me is the availability to go to quieter area in the offices where I need to really concentrate more. What's key is having that variety.
Let's actually go to a quiet area now. So tell me, like, you know, we have a lot of colourful kind of booths here at the office.
Yeah, again, like the booths, it's not just about bright design. It's actually sometimes for people with ADHD. Some people need to be in a brightly coloured environment because they need somewhere more stimulating. But also, like I said, for people with ADHD, they are often really have quite auditory, high sensory awareness going on. So they might just need to work somewhere really quiet. The key is having that variety of spaces.
And so you've been looking at other offices that are trying to support people with ADHD.
Yes, that's right. A couple of weeks ago, I left the People Fixing the World office and took the train up to the UK West Midlands. This is where DRPG is based. They are a global communications company who have offices located around the world and organise events for top brands such as Amazon. I'd heard from some experts in ADHD that they were doing great work there, and so wanted to go and find out all about it. I've just walked into the main building. It's a big open plan office. It's actually an old aircraft hangar, a factory where they used to build planes for World War II. And now it's a creative hub. It's bright and airy. I've come to meet Matt Hussey, one of the company's managers. He has recently been diagnosed with ADHD. When we sat down, he tells me how hard working life was before he was diagnosed.
I found it very difficult to do tasks that, particularly if I wasn't focused on them. What I would tend to do is leave things till the last minute. So I would get things done, but it would be a last minute thing when the task became urgent. And that's when it triggered something in me to actually force me to do the task.
Listening to this, a lot of people might relate, but the key thing is it's much more overwhelming for people with ADHD.
That can be difficult for colleagues who are asking you to do something else, and perhaps with emotional dysregulation, which a lot of us suffer from, me in particular. I could snap at somebody if somebody asked me to do something simple in the middle of something I was sort of hyper-focused on.
But everything changed for Matt when he arrived at DRPG. Managers at the company clocked early on that Matt might have the condition and supported him getting an ADHD diagnosis. After that, they offered him adjustments which made a huge difference, like noise-cancelling headphones, software to help him during meetings, and a flexible work schedule so he had time for appointments with a psychiatrist. His office environment has also helped, as he shows me when we start to take a tour.
It sounds like in this office you've really got different spaces depending on what people might need.
For me, it's that variation. I think you've sort of hit the nail on the head. It's the fact I can get up from my desk at any point, any time I want to, walk around. I can go and sit in the little lounge area I've just described. I can go and sit at a hot desk in another part of the building. I can even book a meeting room and sit in silence by myself, which I tend to be the other way. I like the noise, I like the hustle and bustle, but that change of environment, it's getting away from the feeling of boredom, which can be very painful for people like me, or the mundane or the routine. It's a break. And we've got a tree in the middle of the office as well, which creates a bit of interest.
Yeah, it's quite quite striking.
Even this way, we've got areas here where we bring clients, and
it's a bit almost like a jungle over there. There's so many.
We call this the park, and basically
the park.
So client support here and shown videos on screen, but we're all working around them. So it's again, it's that interest. It really works because it's bright. There's lots going on. There's breakout areas everywhere. I mean, we're standing where we are at the moment. We're on the edge of the film department. In front of me, there's a little breakout area with a sofa set up like a lounge, basically, with cool little prints all over the wall and a dry whiteboard that people can scribble over. But it looks like somebody's living room. It's great, yeah.
Okay, so Matt, we've just come from your desk down to, where are we now?
We're in the hangout now. This is the team room, basically. So yeah, we can come down here, grab a coffee, have something to eat.
The hangout has everything you might expect from an office social space. A dartboard, coffee machine, football table, there's even some retro tunes blasting off. But the hangout is where the company's neurodiversity network also meets. It's a group of employees that come together to discuss their experiences at work.
Alright guys, so we recently did training in regards to...
Megan McGovern from the HR department is chairing this meeting. I get chatting to her when it's done.
So why did you set up the network?
That is a really good question. I think people were coming to me as HR, and I was kind of repeating a lot of the same information in terms of we've got this, and people weren't aware. I saw that there was maybe people didn't have people to talk to outside, whether at home or in the business, so I wanted people to have that connection and collaboration.
In relation to ADHD, is that what you mean?
In relation to neurodiversity, so we cover autism, ADHD, dyslexia, etc. We've got other networks as well that are established at the time, but I think our most successful and the one that's been taken up the most is the Neurodiversity Network.
How many people are in the Neurodiversity Network?
Currently we've got about 10 to 15. We meet quarterly, but we've got a Teams channel so people can chat whenever they want.
And would you argue potentially it's a business loss if employers aren't tapping into this rather than it being a hindrance?
Yeah, I think it's a real positive for businesses to engage their employees, not only in terms of who they are, it's really getting the best from them and knowing who they are, whether it be a neurodiversity or mental health or any condition. We can be there to support them and you'll get more motivated employees.
Alex, it sounds like you had a great time there. I'm surprised you came back.
I had to come back because I love working with you.
Of course you do. I mean, so they've created a more inclusive office space. They're also offering support for people with ADHD, and they have a network that's keeping up with people's needs.
Yes, but something else that surprised me, Myra, was that all bosses were actually required to go on neurodiversity training, something that you don't find in many offices. And Myra, had Matt's bosses not been trained, his ADHD and that of some of his other colleagues might not have been spotted at all.
I mean, that's great, but let's be real, right? So some aspects of ADHD, like maybe poor time management, taking longer with tasks, that can be challenging, especially for businesses when they're thinking about the bottom line. How do you manage that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a real challenge, right? I brought this up with the management team at DRPG. They told me their neurodiverse employees are assets to the company, and that sometimes managers need to take a step back and really think how to support their neurodiverse colleagues. But Myra, what is clear to me is that ADHDers can be very good at finding creative ways to solutions that many neurotypical people might not spot.
Well, with that, Alex, thank you. And clearly, we also need you to get back to work.
Understood.
Moving away from the office now to our homes, spaces that are supposed to be comfortable. But for people with ADHD, even their home can end up feeling overwhelming. However, in Australia, our reporter, the ABC's Louise Mylan, met a family that's re-engineered their home to work with their neurodiversity rather than against it.
I've pulled up to a suburban unit in Launceston, a small city in Tasmania, the island state at the bottom of Australia.
Knock, knock. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'll probably be quiet.
It's home to Linda and her two boys, and we're keeping a little quiet at first because 4-year-old Eamon is napping.
I'm just going to leave the music going because he sleeps better with it. He's been up since.
Linda and Evan both have ADHD, and both boys have autism.
I guess I never quite know what I should be doing. Like, I'm overthinking it, I think, is, for me, is like, okay, I'm having a cup of tea, okay, I should sit there, I should do this, or I don't know where this fits, you know, if everything's too clean.
Through chatting with other families about ADHD, reading articles and listening to podcasts, she realised something had to change. Like many kids, especially those with ADHD, Evan and Eamon seek a lot of sensory stimulation, jumping, spinning, hanging upside down. Their house has hard floors, which weren't suitable. Instead, there's a soft, squishy mat in the living room. How does it feel under your feet?
It feels like I'm walking on pillows. If you just take your socks off, it will feel nice on your feet.
In the playroom, the star of the show is a bright blue hammock-like swing hanging from the roof. In the corner, a climbing frame with 2 gymnastics rings attached with rope. So now you're putting your feet through one loop.
I'm giving my foot.
And your foot in the other one. And you're hanging from a bar, sitting down into it.
Yeah, and now?
For Linda, creating a space for her children with movement-based activity in mind is really important. Like many with ADHD, the key is to have a stimulating environment. Putting her children in front of a screen just wouldn't cut it. For 11-year-old Evan, the designing of the play area to support his ADHD has had huge benefits.
It's like a feeling where I can be myself, and it's just I can control what I can do.
Linda's family has also embraced visual cues. Stuff for oats, cereal all visible.
I know it sounds really basic, but having my kettle, my tea, coffee, sugar and whatever I drink right there, out, ready, and things I access all the time actually visible helps me.
And there's the easy hack of labelling baskets around the house for placing specific items. Known informally as the ADHD tax, many with the condition have to repurchase items like watches and keys because they regularly lose them. Clutter can also be a big challenge for people with ADHD, so to avoid brain overload, it can be helpful to stash stuff in easily accessible spots. In the boys' playroom, a couch cushion lifts up to reveal a massive toy box, so the kids can throw their stuff in without it being an overstimulating mess. Evan even uses a whiteboard with clickable lights for visual cues in his morning routine.
I find it hard to get out of bed and get dressed on time because my brain keeps wanting to do it, but I can't make my body actually do it, but I want to. And so I've put this up so then I can do this.
And you're lighting up the lights when you press them?
And then they'll be on.
Yeah.
And then when I finish something, I turn them off.
A tour of Linda's place has shown me that one person and a bit of creative thinking can go a long way to making life easier for people with ADHD. None of Linda's adjustments needed major renovations, but still, it all costs money. She saves up for one thing at a time. And Linda's not the only one making changes. I've spoken to architects across Australia who have moved into the business of creating neurodivergent friendly interiors. Back in the playroom, 11-year-old Evan is in his customised swing, relaxing and playing with a Rubik's Cube.
Done.
That was just about 20 seconds, I reckon. That was impressive. When you get home to your own place and these rooms with your swing and your big cushion, how does that feel?
It feels like that I can wind down and actually be somewhere where I like being.
This is People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service with me, Myra Anubi. Today we're hearing about solutions that are helping people with ADHD thrive. So far we've heard how some companies are supporting employees in the UK, and from Australia how redesigning homes can help ADHDers. However, there's another simple but powerful way to help: community.
It's a very personal thing to me, which is why I started Unlocking ADHD. When my daughter was diagnosed, when she was 15 years old, she was literally flunking out of school. And if you had asked her what would she like to be when she grows up, she couldn't tell you because she thought there was no hope. But after getting the diagnosis and getting the support she needed, a lot of things changed overnight. And in less than 3 years, she managed to get into dental school.
That's Moonlake Lee. It was only after her daughter's diagnosis that Moonlake found out that she too had ADHD at the age of 50.
But I realized that I kept on having one burnout cycle after another because I was always overdoing things. But after the diagnosis, what really changed for me was giving context to the past and having clarity and also closure. And unexpectedly, it improved my relationship with my spouse. So that was the unusual bonus.
Moonlake became an advocate and started her organization Unlocking ADHD back in 2021. Her approach was driven by how hard it was for individuals to access relevant medical support. Moonlake believes getting a diagnosis or medication is just one part of the solution. So her organization capitalizes on community. They use different approaches like offering self-test material, lifestyle hacks, and information about medication to help people. It's all part of something they call the Restart program.
We call it Restart because, and especially it was targeted to adults with ADHD, because we want to emphasize it's never too late to restart life. We've also included the adult ADHD self-test done by the WHO in there. So that helps people who suspect they may have the condition but not really sure to do the self-test as a preliminary to a formal assessment, and they can print that out and bring it to see the professional. So that helps streamline a lot of the whole process. We explain what to expect, how to prepare for it, or if you just receive a diagnosis, what are your next steps? We have like a checklist there, and lots of local resources. So I think people feel a little bit more confident, a little bit less alone, and most importantly, a little less insecure and afraid. And that's really important. We want to show that there is a community here that cares.
They've also created free material in other languages like Mandarin and Malay and organized meetups for people within the community. And so, what are these community meetings like?
We actually literally have to chase people out so that the cafe owner can close on time. So people hang out outside, even when it turns dark, or they go for supper together or drinks together because people just don't want to leave. And I think that's beautiful, really.
Moonlake, could you give me a sense of how big your community is?
Currently, for our online community, we have about 6,000 plus. For the in-person monthly hangouts that we organize, we call it the community hangouts. We're averaging almost 50 each session. It's really about building that community and for people to make friends and keep in touch in between. And I'm seeing that happen. People going for potlucks, barbecues, go-karting together. And that's what we want, those friendships, because those can be tremendous sources of support for people with ADHD.
As well as creating these spaces, Moonlake is also working closely with the Singaporean government to push for policy change. She believes this can have a big impact.
But you see the amount of talent that may have been overlooked if people didn't know what was holding them back. And that's what drives my passion. It is to really unlock the potential that people have in them.
Moonlake Lee from Singapore, ending our program today. Before we finish, I would like to say I'm so grateful for all your feedback every week. After a recent program we did called Arrows of Hope on how archery is helping people who are recovering after breast cancer, we got lots of great messages, including this.
Hi, I'm Catherine Wu, a law student at Stanford Law School and archer on Team USA. I saw your episode on how archery can help breast cancer recovery. I'm doing a similar chapter in the US in collaboration with Stanford Healthcare. So far, we had our first pilot program hosting breast cancer survivors from age 25 to 72. The program is designed to feel welcoming and community-based, creating a space where survivors can build confidence and connect with others who understand the recovery journey.
You can always get in touch. I love hearing exactly where you're listening from. All you need to do is send me a voice note or a message to the WhatsApp number +44 8000 321 721. I'll be back next week fixing another part of the world. Until then, thanks for listening.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Attention, it's time.
pidgin.com and follow us for all our social media platforms, including TikTok and our WhatsApp channel.
That's not the breakdown
from BBC Pidgin.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. I am Anastasia Benjamin. The federal government has launched the Early Stage Mineral Exploration and Research Grant Endowment Program, known as EMERGE, in a fresh push to accelerate mineral exploration, support research institutes, and promote local processing of Nigeria's mineral resources. The initiative, launched in Abuja by the Minister of Solid Mineral Development, Dele Aleke, is designed to provide catalytic funding to exploration firms, universities, and companies engaged in critical mineral development, while helping to close financial gaps that have constrained the expansion of the mining sector. The minister stated that the emerge would operate through the streams: exploration, critical minerals, and research and development. He explained that the critical mineral stream finances both the exploration of minerals essentials to the global energy transition and the development of processing technologies needed to refine them within Nigeria. He added that the research and development stream support the geoscience and mineral processing research that forms the foundation of these efforts. The federal government has launched Rev 360, a digital tax administration platforms designed to improve tax compliance, simplify taxpayer interactions, and strengthen revenue collection as part of ongoing reforms to modernize Nigeria's tax system. The launch also featured demonstration of taxpayer registration, filing, payments, and reporting processes, as well as panel discussion on operational readiness, stakeholders' engagement, taxpayer support, and lessons from the implementation process. Representing the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Yedele, the Permanent Secretary Special Duties in the Ministry, Mohammed Danjuma, described the platform as a major step in the modernization of the country's revenue administration architecture. He said efficient tax administration was critical to economic growth because it encourages voluntary compliance, improves transparency, and boosts investors' confidence. The federal government has intensified efforts to transform Nigeria from a major exporter of raw shea nuts into a leading producer of high-value shea products, unveiling plans alongside industry stakeholders to deepen local processing and secure a larger share of the global markets. Despite accounting for more than 40% of global shea nut production, Nigeria currently captures less than 6% of the global shea butter markets. Data presented at the NCX Shea Program Stakeholders Forum in Abuja showed that Nigeria produced about 359,000 tons of shea nuts in 2024, making it the world's largest producer. The managing director of Nigeria Commodity Exchange, Anthony Atuche, said the idea behind the decision was to prevent Nigeria from remaining merely a supplier of raw materials and instead become a supplier of high-value products, especially to support domestic processors. A consumer rights and power sector advocacy group, Power Up Nigeria, has blamed the country's persistent electricity crisis for rising inflation, escalating production costs, and worsening job losses across the manufacturing sector. The executive director of Power Up Nigeria, Detayo Adegbemie, stated this in a release on the state of Nigeria's power sector, arguing that inadequate and unreliable electricity supply remain one of the biggest obstacles to economic growth and industrial development in the country. According to him, the electricity sector crisis had evolved has evolved beyond a utility challenge and has become a major impediment to Nigeria's economic aspiration. He noted that the manufacturing sector has been one of the hardest hit by the country's electricity challenges, with more than 60% of manufacturing firms reportedly abandoning the national grid due to unreliable supply and rising costs. On the foreign scene, South Korea has hit online retail giant Coupang with a record fine of more than $400 billion over a massive data breach that exposed the data of more than 30 million customers last year. The fine is the largest issue by Seoul Personal Information Protection Commission (PIPC) for a data breach. The leak exposed the names, contacts, and delivery details and other histories of many customers of Coupang, South Korea's largest e-commerce platform, often described as its equivalent of Amazon. The number of accounts affected by the incident represents more than half of South Korea's population of around 15 million people. The company is based in the US, but the majority of its revenue comes from South Korea. And that was the business news on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. I am Anastasia Benjamin.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Good afternoon to all of you listening to us from, well, anywhere you are in River State, in Nigeria, and of course, well, everywhere and anywhere the world over. It's 9 minutes past 1 o'clock, and it's time for Body District. Now, Body District is about health and health-related issues. So, yes, hopefully you guys will learn a thing or two about, well, your health and how to take your health seriously. Now, before we move on, I'd like to give a special birthday message to Amopo Senibo Bobo Sufri Brown. He is one of the guests you usually hear on Kelly's show in the morning, Today's Quest and all of that. He turns a healthy 75 years today. So from all of us here at 95.1 FM, Today FM, of course, and the OAPs that you often interact with, we say a happy birthday, many happy returns, and many more beautiful, wonderful, blissful years ahead. And that's to Amopo Senibo Bobo Sufri Brown. All right. Let's get into today's show. I did say it's about health and all of that. Okay, so a little backstory. There was a bit of a health scare around somebody I know, and it made me, well, go researching for one or two things. And in carrying out the research, I found out, well, what we're going to talk about today. How am I going to put this now? I did my best. There are these Benedictine monks in Ehu. I don't know, some of you who know me from other places might have heard me talk about them. The monks of St. Benedict in Ehu. And they have dedicated themselves to a life of prayer and, well, nature, using nature to help humanity. Now, the beauty of what they do is that they are also deeply into research. Now, I had to research them. They started sometime in 1996, and they've grown into, well, something worthy of applause. To the point where even during the COVID-19 era, I think NAFDAC and some other government agencies paid them a visit, and they actually came up with one or two things. Most of their products have actually been registered with NAFDAC. So, yeah, that gives one some kind of relief. Because, you know, you need to be careful with people who deal in naturistic or natural healing or herbology or herbalists, whatever you want to call it. Yes, it's connected to herbs and nature and all of that. And when they're not connected to NAFDAC or registered or acknowledged or recognized by NAFDAC, yeah, that should give you pause. Lengthy pause, I might add. So yes, they have given themselves over to prayer and, well, using nature to heal. And when this person had this medical emergency, there's a book I bought from them called Nature Power, of course. And so I rifled through the book to see what's what, and found that, you know, that thing where they say, well, it's a derogatory thing, but, well, if you want to, let me expand it. Let me not make it derogatory. If you want to hide something from someone, put it in a book. Yeah, that's very somewhat true. And so as I rifled through the book looking for this, that, and the other, I came across so many interesting things. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be talking about nature. Yeah, by way of ugu, by way of plantain, by way of plantain leaf or plantain flower, by way of, let's see, ginger, by way of lemons, natural stuff. It's almost as if, how am I going to put this now? It's almost as if we have forgotten the power that is in nature or in natural substances. For example, some people will tell you, vitamin C is very good for the body, it's very good for cold, it's very good for scurvy. And do you know what scurvy is? It's the bleeding of the gums. Your gums literally swell, and you actually start having severe halitosis, which is a smell. And because you're lacking vitamin C. But lick a couple of lemons, or lick a couple of limes, or lick a couple of oranges over some time, and scurvy is gone. And a lot of vitamin C is found in, well, like I said, lemons, lime, oranges, and other fruits. But what you find right now is a lot of people moving away from fruits because, I don't like fruits. I'm not a fruit person. I don't want mangoes. I don't want beetroots. I don't want cucumbers. I don't want this, that, and the other. And these things are chock full of what we need to, well, literally survive. Thing is, a lot of us gravitate towards orthodox medications, which is not bad. Some of us gravitate towards things that some influencers would sell and say, oh, if you rub this on your body, you're going to shine. If you do this and you do that, you're going to this and that. Only for science itself to come out and tell us, if you rub this, it's carcinogenic. If you put some stuff in your hair, apparently there's this ongoing debate about, what's that thing called now? Oh, attachments, yes. That some of them might be carcinogenic. And when I heard that, I was like, what? In fact, science says relaxers may not be so healthy for you. I watched a documentary with, I think it was Chris Rock, and the documentary was called Hair. And they did an experiment on a chicken with this relaxers. They rubbed it on the chicken. And it began to literally burn the skin of the chicken. Maybe it had been left on for too long or whatever. You do know that, yes, when you apply relaxer, it should be for a certain amount of time before you take it off. If not, it will actually burn your skin. And that documentary opened my eyes to, wow. A lot of the things we do to ourselves, a lot of our illnesses might just be self-inflicted. So kudos to the government agencies that come out to say, you see this, that, and the other, don't rub this, don't put this, don't eat this too much, don't put bromate in bread and this and that because you're killing the people. And maybe that's why things like fibroids are on the increase. Things like, arthritis are on the increase. I heard there's a particular soda, I won't call the name, that contains phosphorus something, which may not be really good for our bones. Especially women who, as you age, you start getting brittle bones. I think it's osteoporosis, whatever they call it, Yeah, I'm just a researcher, not a medical person per se. But that was out there. That drinking that drink with the phosphorus, whatever it contains, not good. In fact, some other things online, they take a particular soda, mix soap and stuff, and use it to wash metal, and the metal actually starts shining. Imagine we that are chugging these things on the daily, what we're doing to ourselves. And I did try. I've been calling and calling. I wasn't able to get the Benedictine monks. I did say they've dedicated themselves to a life of prayer and all of that. And then, of course, researching nature and herbs and how it can be used to heal or help or even prevent. The research I did, I found that if we live a healthy lifestyle and we're particular about what we consume, 9 times out of 10, we prevent certain diseases that are actually preventable. Now, I'm not knocking science. Many times science focuses on, wow, the issue has happened, you're now ill or whatever. So now science has to heal you, has to treat that disease. But from the research I carried out, it looks like living a healthy lifestyle and interacting with nature might help prevent, to a great degree, some of these diseases. So I'll read some excerpts from the book and then the breakdown of my research. But here's what's on, I believe should be on Facebook at the moment. Can nature heal? Nature has always been humanity's first pharmacy. But in an age of fast food, ultra-processed meals, energy drinks, and sedentary lifestyles, have we forgotten some of the simplest tools for good health? From water and lemons to ginger and the surprising science behind children playing in nature, have we become disconnected from some of the simplest tools for good health? So today, we're asking one bold question, and I'd like you guys to answer that. Is nature still one of our greatest healers? Or are we giving too much credit to old remedies? Maybe nature should give way and, science should hold sway. But like I said earlier, many times science focuses on the disease, the okwana hona moments when it happens. All right, so let's get into bitter leaf. According to this book by the Benedictine monks, as I said, it's called, let's leave the name out so it doesn't look like I'm promoting anything. But let's learn a couple of things. And I won't be giving dosages. I won't tell you how to use it and all of that. It's just to open our eyes to, what's around us. Freely given sometimes, freely given. As free as the ugu you pass on the road when you're walking down. As free as the bitter leaf you pass on the road. Sometimes they grow like weeds. As free as the mango leaves. As free as the, ginger isn't so free. You have to pay for it. But, as free as even the water leaves. Or the garden egg leaves that they sometimes use to cook really delicious, tasty soups. So for bitter leaf, the book says, everybody seems to know it. It grows everywhere. Bitter leaf. Vernonia amygdalina is a very homely plant. Wherever it grows, it flourishes. Evergreen. The Igbos call it onubu. The Yorubas call it ewuro. The Hausas call it shewaka. Perhaps the most distinctive part of the bitter leaf is its bitterness. Every part of the plant is bitter. The leaves, stems, roots, and barks. The Igbos of eastern Nigeria use the bitter leaf mostly as a vegetable, while the Yorubas use it more as medicine. Bitter leaf is popular among old people for its bitterness, but the young people of today do not like the bitterness of the bitter leaf. They would prefer biscuits, ice cream, chocolates, and other sugary products. Their philosophy is life is sweet, therefore food must be sweet. The fact is that bitter herbs are good for the body. They remind us that life is not always sweet, that life is not a bed of roses, that both sweetness and bitterness are essential parts of life, and so are not opposed. Bitter herbs help to tone the vital organs of the body, especially the liver and the kidney. The liver is the largest organ of the body. It weighs between 1 to 3 kg in the adult. Its major functions are a secretion of bile, formation of glycogen. The liver is essential in the metabolism of fats and protein. It must therefore be taken care of. Once the liver has any defect, it is hard to correct. Every effort must be made, therefore, to keep the liver in good condition. Alcohol, sugar, and processed or refined foods can weaken the liver and make it susceptible to infections. The kidney is another important organ in the body. The kidney is the organ that helps to expel waste from the body. It secretes urine that flows into the urethras. If the kidney breaks down, there will be a general disorder in the body. Bitter leaf is very useful in the care of the kidney and the liver. It is for this reason that we refer to bitter leaf as a cure-all. For if the kidney and liver are healthy, the whole system will function well. And that's just a lowly bitter leaf, which many of us overlook. In fact, for some of us, we wash it when we want to use it to cook and wash out the excess bitterness. But maybe we should find a balance when we're cooking. Not too bland, but not too bitter, so that some of the good qualities of the bitter leaf get into our bodies and helps our livers, helps our kidneys. Now, according to the book, bitter leaf can help for stomach ache, skin infections, diabetes, loss of memory, prostate cancer, general weakness, stroke, pneumonia, insomnia, arthritis, according to the book. And like I said, they've done research on it. Now, there's also pawpaw, but I won't touch pawpaw. I want to actually touch, I think, water. They also wrote something about water. Let's see if I can find that quickly. And water, again, freely given, even though, unfortunately, we now, pay Merua to bring water to us and all of that, but freely given. Just give me a second to find where I kept that, that part of the book. Water. All right. Water is a life giver. Apart from air, there is nothing as essential for life as water. The origin of water goes back to the origin of the earth itself. From the accounts of creation in Genesis, we find that water is the oldest and commonest substance on earth. In the beginning, before creation, the earth was a formless void. A mass pool of water covered the earth. Water is also connected with the destruction of the world. When the Israelites refused to obey God, God sent the flood to dissolve the world. Water then is the principle of creation and dissolution. All right, so now that we have that down, to stay healthy, each person needs to drink at least 2.5 liters of water daily. A normal adult drinks between 60,000 and 70,000 liters of water in his lifetime. From the above, one can see that water is vital to healthy living. It is for this reason that I refer to water as medicinal. What we should learn is how to avail ourselves of the life which water gives. So some of the good things water does, because some of us, we say, I don't like water. I rather drink soda. I rather drink this, that, and the other, not knowing that we're doing ourselves more harm than good. And when harm comes, we then turn to science. Oh, please, kidneys are failing, liver, this and that, blood is thick, this and... Yeah. But living a healthy lifestyle, eating the right foods, and many times I think the right foods are foods that are alive, not foods that you have, killed off all the nutrients by boiling, or rather cooking, or overcooking. And that's why I have to give it to the Akwa Ibom folks, and that's Akwa Ibom and Uyo. Yeah. When they cook with their leaves, particularly leaves, the leaves are usually the very last thing to go in. A minute or two, they bring it down so that you don't kill the nutrients and the medicine inside said leaves. So water aids the metabolism of food as well as washes the digestive system. It keeps the blood thin and light so that it flows freely and smoothly, so that it can supply the essential minerals needed for the good health of the body. Water also moderates body heat, preventing it from rising too high or too low. Water serves as a lubricant for the muscles and joints, keeping them healthy and strong. Now, water as a therapy. Water therapy is a scientific method of drinking water to promote health and bring healing. The method is this. When you wake up in the morning, drink at least 5 cups of water. This is better done as soon as you wake up, even before brushing your teeth. During the course of the day, drink as much as you can, but never while eating. You should drink water at least 1 hour before or after meals, never during meals. The reason for this is that the body produces its own enzymes for digesting any food taken. Now, drinking while eating leads to dilution of these enzymes, making them to lose their concentration. The safest and purest drinking water comes from springs. Before going to bed at night, you should drink 2 to 3 cups of water. This method is so simple that one can easily take it for granted. However, its efficacy has been scientifically proved and documented. Cases of diabetes, cancer, hypertension, arthritis, stroke, and other illnesses have been reversed through water therapy. Let us make use of water for the health and betterment of our children, the world, and ourselves. And it's all around us. But what do we prefer? Oh, I want to drink 6 bottles of black tin, small bottle. I want to drink 7 bottles of the green one. Oh, I don't drink alcohol. I drink, some of us say we take malt. Meanwhile, malt is packed full of sugar. Between malt and soda, I don't know which one has the most. Many times, you're thirsty, your body is telling you it's thirsty, and you just reach for 1 cold bottle of rather than 1 cold bottle of, or room temperature bottle of, life-giving water. So tell me why we wouldn't be having 1 or 2 issues with bodily functions. Because we seem to think that the influencer who has come out to say, oh, drink this, it makes you cool, is actually telling the truth. No, many times that influencer has been paid. Oh, they'll tell you, rub this. It's actually, you rub it and, like I said earlier, Okwana Huna moment starts. But the one that, God in his infinite wisdom, as the master crafter that he is, we overlook. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me, I don't know if this would come as a shock. Do you know that there are certain, and this is according to research, I'm trying to find it, there are certain medications like aspirin, And let's see, I'm trying to find that in my notes now. Just hold on. How aspirin came about. Okay, yes. So, aspirin that we take for pains and all of that actually came from willow bark. And this is not me. This is from actual Google research. It's from Encyclopedia Britannica. For thousands of years, people used willow bark to reduce pain and fever. Scientists later isolated compounds from the bark, which eventually led to the development of aspirin. And so one of the world's most popular painkillers began with people chewing tree bark. Now we also have quinine, which is for treating malaria, although I avoid that because I'm allergic to it. Some people might scratch for like 3 days or so. But here's the history, the origin story of quinine. Before modern anti-malarial drugs, people used the bark of the cinchona tree to treat fevers. Scientists later isolated quinine from the bark, and it became one of the first effective malaria treatments. So long before laboratories created malaria drugs, the answer was hiding in the bark of a tree. And there's even the African connection. Now, while quinine itself came from South American trees, many modern medicines have roots in traditional knowledge from Africa, Asia, and indigenous cultures. Scientists often investigate plants that local communities have used for generations, looking for the active compounds that make them work. Now, here's a statistic from Washington State Magazine. Do you know that around 10% of the most important modern medicines are derived from flowering plants? It's everywhere. What saddens me, though, there was on one of Kelly's Greenland shows, the farmer he was talking to was talking about how he doesn't get sick, he's never going to get sick and all of that because he believes that interacting with the earth, farming and all of that keeps him hale and hearty. And I also did some research on that for this show to find out if is it actually true. All right, so let me find that research and read it out to you. Hold on. Let's find that. About the earth. All right. I'll start with Finland and Norway before I get into the farming. A particular school, you can Google this, a particular school noticed that their kids were getting ill and all of that, and they had all these plastic swings and, in fact, plastic playground. Then for some reason, they carried out a study and replaced all those plastic things with earth, with flowers, and the kids were always playing outside and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, kids stopped getting ill. Now, let me read it for you. A Finnish study transformed urban daycare playgrounds by adding forest floor vegetation, soil, grass, plants, natural materials. Researchers found that within weeks, children exposed to these nature-rich play areas showed healthier skin and gut microbes and signs of improved immune function compared with children in conventional playgrounds. The findings suggest that regular contact with natural biodiversity may help train and strengthen the immune system. The project has attracted interest from Norway and other Nordic countries. You can find that in The Guardian. That's a foreign Guardian, not Nigerian Guardian. Now, the Norwegian research. Norwegian researchers have repeatedly found that natural environments encourage more physical activity, more creative play, better social interaction, improved motor development, higher levels of vigorous movement than many conventional playground settings. One Norwegian study found that children playing in natural landscapes showed significant improvements in balance and coordination compared with children in conventional settings. Another found that natural environments often generated higher levels of physical activity than traditional kindergarten outspaces. And that's from Springer Link and ResearchGate. Now, let's go to the farmer's bit. But I'm hoping you're already seeing where that farmer got that idea from. In interacting with the soil, interacting with nature, all these positives are happening to him. But look at how can I actually call this an evolution? Look at how we've evolved or regressed. We are always inside. We're always on our screens. How many of us have gotten up to actually go outside on an early morning when the sun is let's say between 7 and 10, when the sun isn't too hot, but it's actually giving vitamin D? How many of us have gone outside to soak up that vitamin D? Google this. I think it's connected to fibroids or something. They say vitamin D, or a deficiency of vitamin D, is also one of the reasons why we have fibroids thriving. That I think vitamin D or vitamin E, one of the vitamins, actually does kind of shrink it to a certain degree. And so it was suggested in that study that go outside within those hours when the sun is not too hot and soak it up. Because many times we don't take the natural vitamin D orally. And if you must take vitamin D orally, where do you find it? Well, it's in food. Life-giving food that we have not cooked till it's just empty. Like some of this flour we use to do our breads and this and that is empty. Because the nutrients, the natural ingredients that should actually help us have been bleached away. So maybe that's why we're having all of these issues we're having. Ladies and gentlemen, the lowly zobo. Not the one mixed with sugar and this and that, or just the lowly zobo, that almost near black dried plant. Wash it very well, a leaf or two, take it as a tea maybe once at night, and apparently it does wonders for your blood pressure as well. You've heard doctors come here and even say it, so it's not like it's hearsay or I pulled it out of thin air. But many times, what do? The way, the sedentary lifestyle, the junk we put in our body, before you know it, you're either pre-diabetic or you're diabetic or you're having one issue or the other, and then science now has to come to the rescue for something that could have been prevented by what? Well, a healthier lifestyle choice. All right, let's get into, there's some woo-woo stories. I want to read one crazy story, and then I'd like to get your thoughts on that, because when I saw that thing in the book, I was like, I'm not doing that. But apparently some people swear by urine. Yeah, some people swear by urine. But before we get into urine, let's look at coconut. To many people, the coconut plant is an ordinary plant. They do not see anything special or interesting in the plant. But to those who have eyes to see, the coconut plant is a blessing, a gift from nature. Cocos nucifera is called coconut in English, kwa kwa in Hausa, Iviobio in Bini, Ake Bake or Akoibo in Igbo, Agbon in Yoruba, Ouvien in Esan. It contains glycerols of capric. It looks like these Benedictine monks, they actually really did their research, because these names are wow. All right. Now, every part of the plant is medicinal. The bark of the plant, dried and burnt into ashes, is effective remedy for skin ailments like rashes, black spots, scabies, and measles. Now, I'm not giving any dosage on that. So, yeah, it can also help for toothache. They give the dosage there. They even say fibroids, bronchitis, hepatitis, and all of that. That's the lowly coconut water. Apparently, the water is an excellent cleanser. It is among the best natural antibiotics known. Coconut water strengthens the immune system and helps it to resist illness. If you are given some chemical antibiotics like chloramphenicol or amoxicillin in the hospital, you will or should be instructed not to drink coconut water, because it will neutralize the effect of the drug. And some of us have heard this. If a child or an adult takes an overdose of a dangerous drug, administer coconut water to neutralize the side effects. In fact, there's a story here. Well, let's take the story before I open the phone lines and get to hear your thoughts on why we have moved so far away from nature, moved so far away from interacting with nature in such a way that, well, we could prevent to a certain degree some of the ailments we now all carry, like high blood pressure, like arthritis, like possibly we could even slow down the effects of glaucoma. Some doctors came here to even talk about that by eating natural foods that we haven't cooked to death. All right, so according to the book, 4 years ago, I met a lady who was diagnosed to be suffering from cancer of the breast. It was very bad then and was considered too late for an operation. Advisor to mix, to blah, blah, blah for coconut. So she did. Up till today, the woman is still alive and going about her normal duties, even though the cancer symptoms are still very much apparent. The coconut water has clearly been exercising a moderating effect on the cancer cells. I'm very sure if an operation had been performed on the breast of the poor woman, well, there would have been some issues, because I'm trying to censor very well. The white pulp of the immature coconut is very useful for memory. People suffering from loss of memory, forgetfulness, and any form of memory defect should make friends with coconut. Remove the whitish pulp inside the immature coconut and mix with a little honey. Take as much as you wish. A trial will convince you. How is it that all of this exists? And I'm not talking agbo. I'm talking the plants, the things we every day we pass them on the street. Or is it my people perish for lack of knowledge? Some of these things, emphasis on some of these diseases can be prevented. And yes, I'd like to say can also be maybe cured, depending on what stage you are at in the disease. But for some reason, it's not cool to eat a cucumber. That's actually good for your skin and very hydrating, especially for those of you who don't like to drink water. Cucumbers are high in water content. Even watermelon, high in water content. So even if you don't like drinking water, well, you can eat foods rich in hydrative properties. But drink water, because your body, I think it's 75% water. So, is nature simply old wives' tale? Nature simply something we should just take from and modify for it to become, I don't know, something better? I'm looking at all these GMO seeds and all of that we now have. Or is nature the blueprint and we've simply forgotten? Hence, a lot of the illnesses we now have. All right, let's get your thoughts. Are you a nature lover? And what do you do to stay healthy naturally, other than maybe taking supplements and this and that? And I'm not knocking supplements, they're good, because sometimes you could be so deficient in some vitamins or nutrients that, well, supplements are the only way to build yourself back up. But imagine not having to even build yourself back up because you're already doing what needs to be done. All right, here are the numbers to be part of the show. Get your thoughts. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. For text messages, voice notes, and WhatsApp messages, 0701-9339-962. Body District, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Dr. Don.
No. Researcher Don.
Yeah, Researcher Don. Haba, even though you mix it with water. For me, I normally from time to time, I normally drink this bitter leaf. Because I hear it reduces sugar in the body.
Okay.
And thank God we have come up with this research again. But what I want to ask is that why is our university, our professors,
All right, but here's the thing. I think our Nigerian, our professors are constrained because maybe funding. You see, this research is not an easy thing. You remember I told you the Benedictine monks, they carry out research. The research I did on them, they have about 150 employees doing all this research, which means it's capital intensive. So maybe the government has to step in. That way, we could have a balanced access to health services. Yeah, it's capital intensive. All right, let's take this call. 95.1. Welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, my sister. I am Otiwabe the Obogoma. You see, you are lecturing us where this we don't know, they don't ask. You see, what you talked about coconut water, it happened to where I was working. Somebody gave injection and gave injection wrongly. What stopped that problem was coconut water. It works effectively if you give the injection wrongly, maybe too big. You push it, it will stop whatever thing will happen. So people don't understand. As you are lecturing now, try to do more so that people will know the effects of what they do or what they take or what they eat. Please, my sister, this one that I've been listening and understanding a lot of things from what you are talking now. So, more grace to our able. I am putting where they go. Obogoma, thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Here's what I'll try to do. I will try my best to see how I can get one of the monks to come on the show via phone, obviously, because they're in Edo State, and they can talk to us more about, what we should be doing to have a better, healthier lifestyle. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, I'm calling from Port Harcourt. This is Dr. Chris.
All right, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm a nature. Nature is wonderful. And that's why the Japanese longevity is very high in the world. Nature, most of our drugs are from nature, from plants. So we can't do without nature in the actual fact. So any person who wants to live long should love nature. That's why I wanted to say, yes.
All right. Thank you for calling. All right. Remember, you can still be part of the program. We still have some time. I'll check WhatsApp and Facebook and all of that, see if we have any messages there. But before we get to that, now, while carrying out this research about natural foods and all of that, I asked the question, how soon can someone feel the effects of eating whole foods and spending time in nature? Now, the answer came back much faster than people think. Within days, better hydration, improved digestion, more stable energy levels, better sleep quality. Within weeks, improved blood pressure. Now, this is not me. This is research that's out there, possibly put out by, the experts. So within weeks, improved blood pressure, better blood sugar control, reduced inflammation markers, improved mood and stress resilience. Within months, weight improvements, better cardiovascular health, lower risk factors for chronic diseases. The body is constantly responding to what we feed it and how we live. Now, why do farmers and gardeners often say they feel invigorated? Going back to Greenland when Kelly had the farmer on, several reasons. They're getting physical activity, sunlight. You see, the effect of sunlight, especially that early morning sun, it's advantageous. Now, fresh air and exposure to natural environments, and of course, a sense of purpose and accomplishment. Interestingly, researchers have found that certain harmless soil microbes may stimulate serotonin, that's one of the feel-good hormones in our body, associated with mood and well-being. So that feeling isn't necessarily imaginary. Now, for you and I that like to potter around with maybe our small potted plants and all of that, the health benefits of gardening. Research suggests gardening may reduce stress, improve mood, increase physical activity, improve flexibility and strength, lower feelings of anxiety, encourage healthier eating habits. One of the most underrated health interventions may be spending time growing food. Ladies and gentlemen, when last did you even try to grow pepper? Or grow bitter leaf? Let's take this call. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
The Dawn. Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, sir. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
AB is my name.
All right, welcome.
Please, I want to know that there's something I heard an information somewhere which, as you're just talking now, the thing came to my mind. I said, let me ask as a question, please.
Squeezing the leaves into water. They're typically consuming very little sugar compared with sweet drinks, fruit juices, soft drinks, or processed foods. For a person who is not diabetic, there's no evidence that drinking bitter leaf water in normal amounts is dangerous because of its sugar content. Even for people with diabetes, the concern is usually not that bitter leaf contains too much sugar. In fact, some studies have investigated bitter leaf for possible effects on blood sugar regulation, although it should never replace prescribed medical treatment. A balanced on-air answer could be, open quote, bitter leaf does contain natural sugars, as most plants do, but the amount is generally quite low. For most healthy people, the sugar content isn't considered a danger. The bigger health question is whether it's being used as part of an overall healthy diet, rather than expecting it to act as a miracle cure. Close quote. One thing I'd ask the caller is how he's preparing it. Is he drinking plain bitter leaf water, or is he adding sweeteners, honey, sugar, or other ingredients?
Yeah, and that could be that could make the difference between a healthy drink and a dangerous drink. Because I think somebody did. I think I watched a video. The guy brought 1 cube of sugar, 1 cube, and he said this cube of sugar is actually the total amount of sugar that you should have in your body. I nearly die because I'm a sweet tooth. But anyway, this is not about me. This is about us understanding that, wow, preventive measures are everywhere. But we seem to be more interested in, well, sweet things. All right, let's see. Okay. Don't I greet you, please? How do I get the book? See, growing up, I learned eating the things you are saying, like scent leaf, uziza leaf, drink more water, etc. Even boiling unripe plantain. You don't need to always peel the back because they are medicinal, all right? Even cut yam like that and eat with palm oil. Yeah, the cut yam thing, somebody said it actually reduces the starch content when you leave the back of the yam and you cook it together with the white part. That actually reduces starch content or whatever. So you can research that and see. Eat with palm oil, condiments, ogiri, and eat. Dawn, I walk sometimes in the evening home from my bus. Bathe without sponge most times. I look far younger than my age. You're doing well. Woke from Port Harcourt. All right. Woke, thank you for that. I think those are the WhatsApp messages. Let me just make sure there aren't any. Okay. Let's look at this message. Okay. A very warm greetings to you, brilliant queen of the airwaves. All right, I know who this is now. I get glued to your show, except otherwise. Lady Wilson, have ever wondered why our ancestors lived over 90 and above years? Have also wondered why the average life expectancy of people in the Asian tigers, even down the Middle East, is 90 and above? The answer to your wonderment, if there's such expression, is natural food and medicine spiced with physical regimes. All right. Unfortunately, the modern day Nigerian precisely is the most reckless copier of everything West, including pharmaceuticals and lifestyle. A certain Abalaka, all right, I remember him, yeah. A Nigerian produced a nature-based cure for HIV strain, but the government of the day, in collaboration with Nigerian medic scientists, killed that novel discovery. But here's the twist. The same people, including those who shut that innovation down, were nicodemously going for Abalaka's HIV prevention and cure. Really? Okay. Phony indeed. Friday Orlo from Uniport. All right. Thank you for that, Friday Orlo. Well, hopefully I've been able to light a fire underneath all of us, myself included. Because like I said, I'm a sweet tooth. Let's do research and try to get back to nature or as close to nature as we possibly can. You'd be surprised, so surprised. In one of the books, the Benedictine monks wrote, The Healing Radiance of the Soul. One paragraph, not this book, another one paragraph stated, many times when a disease is rife in an area, I paraphrase, of course, the treatment for that disease is most likely growing around. Imagine the weeds we pass, and we call them weeds. We don't know that. Wow, there's some component in this thing that could help heal this, that, and the other. Do you guys know the shea butter, which is ori? Somebody told me for those who give massages and try to massage bones and this and that, they do not work without ori. And I was like, really? Why? They say, well, the ori sinks into the body and goes to work. And that's ori. My people do suffer for lack of knowledge. But anyway, this is where I have to bring the show to a close. I'll do my best to see if I can get one of the Benedictine monks to come on the show next week. If I can't, well, there are books. Your phone is in your hand. Research. Ask questions. Never can tell. My name's been Dawn Wilson, and of course, this was Body District. Up next, Anastasia with the news.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and